in
in
identifying a
identifying
particular problem and defining it. So, first
so
is
first is
identify the
identify the
issue,
issue,
gather
gather
information,
information,
analyze,
analyze,
clarify
clarify
the
the symptoms,
symptoms, specify
specify
the
the
impact,
impact,
define
define
the
the
desired
desired
outcome,
outcome,
frame
frame
the
the
problem
problem
statement,
statement,
and then
and
validate
validate
the
the
problem
problem.
definition. Okay, so this is how the approach of problem identification has to be done.
Has to be done.
We will discuss
We will
this even
discuss
more
this
in
even more
further
in further
while we
while
look
we
at
look at
some
some
tools called the project charter, where we can see how this problem definition basically comes and defines a particular project. But let's try to understand the concept first, so that we can look at the practical part of it. Okay, so similarly, as we looked at the previous thing, identifying the issues and gathering information is the first, you know, approach. So you have to first start by recognizing whether that there is a problem or not. So ask these questions, right? What is or what could be, like for example, what is this particular issue? What could be this particular issue? And then try to gather initial information about what is happening, collect all relevant data and facts, and ask questions like what is the problem? Where and when does it occur? Who is affected? All these are, clues to identify a particular problem, right? Similarly, you have to clarify the symptoms as well. So you have to distinguish between symptom of the problem and the actual problem itself. For example, symptoms are sign of something which is wrong, but problems are the underlying causes of that particular issue. Alright. For example, over here, symptoms could be a poor sales. Problem is ineffective marketing. Okay. So that is how you have to define, draw the boundary between a symptom and an underlying cause. Again, please don't get confused about why is this underlying cause coming as a problem now, because at the very topical stage, a cause itself can become a problem, which can drill down to multiple causes and root causes. Okay, so this is very important so that we can have a focused approach in terms of solving that particular problem, right? And then specify the impact and desired outcome. So first, you have to specify how good or bad it is, who are all involved, and what is the effect it would have in terms of the individuals, teams, or the organization, and what will the consequences be in terms of not addressing that particular problem is also very important. And then defining the desired outcome. So here it is really very important for us to clearly specify what should be your success criteria, right? How do you desire a particular outcome or problem? How do you define a particular outcome? This defines the target of your project in terms of your problem solving approach. It should be very specific. Measurable objectives has to be achieved. We will look at it when we go into the project chapter. But this is also one important thing in terms of how clearly we define the target of a particular problem. Okay, and then the problem statement. This is where it will all come together. Alright. So defining the problem statement, formulate a clear problem statement which summarizes the whole issue. So a good problem statement should answer all of these questions. Who is affected? What is the problem? Where is it occurring? When does it happen? And why does it happen? Right? So these are very important. I know that these could be a little grayish for you right now, but let's look at it from some examples of how these can be helpful in terms of in defining a particular problem statement. Okay, let's look at it from examples. So now we have a scenario here: a retail store notices a decline in foot traffic. Okay, so this is a scenario. Identifying the problem, who? First is store management and employees, who is affected. Okay, what is the problem? Decrease in customer visiting the store. Where is it happening? Physical location of the retail store. Okay, when? Over the past 3 months. Why does it matter? Low foot traffic leads to decreased sales and revenue. Okay, is that clear now? Yes, no?
Yes, Prabhu, yes.
Wonderful. Okay, let's look at a few more examples. So here we have a scenario. An employee reports feeling fatigued and unmotivated at work. So identify the problem. Who? The employee and their manager. What is the issue? Increased fatigue and lack of motivation. Where does it happen? Workplace environment. When? Over the past month. Why it matters? Affects productivity and overall team morale. Alright? Is that clear?
Yes.
Clear. Yes, sir. Let's take one more example. A person is struggling to maintain the healthy work life balance. Identifying the problem. Who? The individual. What? Difficulty managing time between work and personal life, where both home and workplace, when ongoing for several months. Why does it matter? Affects mental health and relationships. Okay? Yeah? So here you can see that this particular concept can not only be implemented as a solution to technical business or work related issues, but it can also be used for your personal life as well, right? So that's how wonderful this particular problem solving approach is. So a problem statement is another very crucial stuff for your project, right? So this,
मिश्रा
when
बोलता
we
रहता
frame
है
this
इस चीज
together,
के लिए
okay, let's
मिश्रा
take
ये
the
बोलता
first
है प्रॉब्लम
example.
स्टेटमेंट बनाओ
How do we then put the problem statement together in terms of the retail stores example? So the problem statement here can be sales in North region have declined by 20% over the last 6 months due to ineffective marketing
कहानी
strategies,
सुनने में अच्छी
resulting
लगती
in
है
decreased overall revenue for the company. Okay, so this is how a problem statement will be framed based on these cues which you basically look at. Okay, all right, so let's go further. So now you will have to validate that particular statement, whether it is true or not, right? So in that case, how will you do it? You will validate that definition by discussing that with your stakeholders and team members. Are we really experiencing this as a problem? Is this facts clear? Is this facts agreeable? So those both things are really very important. You need to ensure clarity and agreement with all your stakeholders and team member involved. Remember, whenever you are doing a particular problem statement, that means you are starting a project, right? If you are starting a project, will it be an individual effort or a team effort?
It will be a team.
Right. So if it is a team effort, then it should be very importantly clarified with complete clarity with the team that this is what we are going to work, and also with that clarity you need to have full agreement with your team that this is how it is going to be framed. Do we agree with all that, and can we agree to work together on that, right? So that clarity and agreement is very important. So if that agreement and clarity is not precise, then take feedbacks and insights, modify the statement accordingly, and then reiterate that to initiate your project. Right. So at the end of it, you will have a problem statement which is verified, validated, and agreed with your team, and then your project it gets initiated. Okay. So always remember a well-defined problem is half-solved project. So while you're defining the problem statement itself, it gives so much clarity that half of your problem is already solved. Okay? So this is something which is really important before we start thinking. Clear?
यही सब बोलता रहता है
Raghu, sometimes in some scenarios, we cannot identify the actual problem. Okay,
थोड़ी
and
देर
we
में एक
multiple
प्रैक्टिकल
causes.
एक्सपीरियंस तो ही नहीं
How can we handle this scenario, Raghu? Because sometimes there may be multiple stakeholders involved, internal and external.
यही सब
Okay.
बोल
And
मैनेजमेंट
how we can define those problems?
Okay, let me gain a little more clarity on what you're trying to say. You're saying that the problem cannot be defined because of multiple causes.
Multiple causes and multiple stakeholders involved, either from internal or external.
Okay.
In such
First of
scenarios,
all,
please.
first of all, we need to identify whether that problem is a symptom or a problem itself.
Okay.
Okay. If it is a symptom, there is a high chance that there can be disagreement. If it is
Okay.
not that your stakeholders will allow.
Oh,
Okay, so the first exercise you as a team leader, see whenever if I am addressing each one of you here, I will take each one of you as a team leader or a project manager who is going to head a team of experts towards a problem solving project. Okay, so if I look at you as a team leader or a project manager, when you are taking the problem statement to your stakeholders or the team members, and if you get a disagreement, first thing is you take feedback and make insights. Like there is a disagreement. This second thing is you need to that particular problem actually doesn't. I can
सर your voice is not clear
okay. Uh, uh, can you hear? Yes.
The voice is clear. Maybe
maybe take a second.
And it is our local network as well.
इसी में
Okay, so let me take you through this statement here.
स्विच मत कर देना कभी गड़बड़ हो
Right?
जाए निकाल दो उसको एक बार इसको हाँ या
That means the poor sales itself is a problem, correct? And ineffective marketing is also a problem, right? So you need to define whether that poor sales is actually the problem you are addressing or is it ineffective marketing. When you look at poor sales, why is poor sales happening? One of the causes to it can be ineffective marketing, but ineffective marketing can itself become a bigger fishbone by itself, having multiple causes, right? So I would advise you to arrive at equity which comes into agreement of all your stakeholders and team members, which you for the health of
इसको बोलिए सुमित को
okay.
उसको निकाल देता हूँ
I take it as a no. Right, so, Ravi sir, can you go to the
से
posting
program
fees
wise
will be very less.
Right, you there?
Like this, it can put it in presentation mode because
Injection mode only.
you can put your screen in first screen.
Screen it has to, so then you will be able to view it.
Alright, sir. Thank you.
Yep.
यार आवाज कभी कभी टूट जा रही है बार बार
Therefore, I
बीच बीच
like
में
to share the real time
आवाज
scenario
टूट
after
रही है बीच
the
बीच में
organization.
नेटवर्क इशू हुआ है वाईफाई से
Then I
चलाना
can
था
share,
क्या
will permit.
वाईफाई में दिक्कत है
Can
लैन
we
नहीं है
do
नहीं वाईफाई से चला रखा है लैन से चला
that
रखा है
after? Then maybe
वाईफाई
you'll get some more
हाँ तो
clarity
लैन
of.
लैन
Sorry.
लैन से देख लो लैन से चल जाए तो शायद उसमें ठीक रहता है
Let's finish
लैन से
that.
लैन से
And you will get some more insight, and then
वायर लगा के जोड़ देना है
definitely we will.
क्या बोल रहा है कुछ समझ नहीं आ
Problem statement definition of your project. Okay. How does this basically formally work in the problem solving world is that initiation of a project starts with a document called the charter. Okay. Anyone knows about the charter? Any idea? Yes.
Charter is thinking form that provide a solution for it.
Yes.
Some problem is given to the team and they have to make a solution and they have to implement it.
Yes. Yes. So charter basically is, as you rightly pointed out, is initiation of a particular project when the team has been formed. But this also marks the formal initiation of your project. Okay, that means at the point at which you have your charter, there is external, the management and the team going to work on it. Is a issue happening in our organization or in our process or in our department, and we collectively work together basically what a charter involves. What are the major elements in a charter? These seven major things. Okay. First thing is what is been happening, why this particular project has been chosen, and what would be the expected benefits of this particular project. And then the problem, the opportunity. So this is what it is the full problem statement is what will be coming here, and the goal is basically the objective or the outcome of the particular project is what will be the team which will is of work
भाई
where do we
आवाज बहुत कट रही है
particular
या बीच में से
scope
गायब हो जाती
is
है
what will be mentioned in this, and the plan is basically what will be the timeline of this particular project when we can roles and team, each and everyone's names, and it will be mentioned here what are their roles in the particular team, etc. And the sponsors and management as well. And by the end of it, we will also look at risks. So risks to revenue, cost, schedule, whether this particular improvement can
हाँ
affect
सोचा
any other projects, all that will be analyzed and documented. Okay. So what you see is basically here we will have a one pager of all these seven elements where we document this and agree within the stakeholders, team and management that yes, this is what we will be working for the next few weeks or months collectively. Okay. So always remember your project charter should be smart. That means specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time bound. So please remember whenever you are initiating a project charter that these five elements are taken care of. If it is not specific, if it is not measurable, if it is not attainable, if you have a very, very exaggerated target, if it is not relevant and if it's not time bound, there is equally high chances of your project getting failed. Okay, so this is also a very important thing. Make sure your project charter is what? Smart. Okay, I will take you through an example of a particular project charter, how it will look, etc., to give you a little bit of an insight. If you require, I will also share some templates at the end of this program. But please understand the concept behind it first. Okay, so this is basically the essence of a particular project charter. Okay, any clarifications so far?
No, it is good.
Wonderful. All right. So project definition, basically, you will measure these particular things. Basically, you will answer these questions, right? Who is your customer? Why it matters? What's the scope? What defect am I trying to reduce? By how much? What's the current cost of defects? And what benefits we get by reducing these defects? Okay? Can you relate it to elements in your project charter here? Right? Who is your customer? That is your stakeholders. What matters? That is your CTQ. What is the scope? You have your scope here. What is the defect I am trying to reduce? What is this statement relating to? This is your problem, right? And how much, by how much is it going to be reduced? That is your goal. And what's the current cost of the defects? That is your
इसमें
business
बहुत डिस्टर्बेंस आ
case,
जाती है
right?
बहुत डिस्टर्बेंस
And what benefits will it get? That is your end target, right? Clear?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Okay. So let me take you to an example now of how a
Can
particular.
you relink with the previous slide, please, again?
Okay. Between this and this, you are asking.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So who is my customer, right? In terms of who is your customer, it will basically be the sponsors and stakeholders who are mentioned over here, right? What matters? That is CTQ. What is measurables? So the measurables, right? What are the measures? Clear, prioritized, and measurable. Those will be your CTQs. What is the scope? Scope and boundaries of your chapter. Okay. What defect am I trying to reduce? This is your problem statement. By how much realistic, appropriate goal? That is your goal or objective. Then, what's the current cost of the defects? That is your business case. Explanation of why to do this project, right? So there you will put into the cost it is taking or the cost you are losing in your project.
अरे नहीं
And
यार
what
चलो
benefits will it get by reducing the defects? That is your objective.
दोनों एक साथ चलते हैं कोई
Is it clear? Alright, thank you, bro. Wonderful, thank you. Okay, so let me take you through an example of how a charter looks. We will take you through multiple examples, but I'll just give you one example right now. So, this is not in the same format. There can be multiple formats of
छोड़ दो
project
वाईफाई को
charter
छोड़ दो
and templates, but the structure and the content will probably be the same in most cases. Okay. The first thing is project leader over here,
आ गया
and then you have your team members, your business case. Let me read it out to give you more clarity of how specific these should be mentioned. Okay. If it is not visible in your screen, I'm going to read it out. Your business case, ABC Limited, is the leading, one of the leading recruiting and consulting company. They have back-end center in Gurgaon. one of the account payable process, which is migrated in March 12, was not meeting the process quality SLA target. It's been now 3 months and there is no improvement in the process performance. Looking for immediate actions to improve the process performance. As on as an outcome, this will have an impact on potential business. Okay, this is your business case, and related to the business case comes your problem statement. Now, for the period March 2012 to May 2012, the average quality score for the process was 75.43% against a target of 85%. Okay, you understand the gap now? Currently, 117 agents out of the total population of 181 are not meeting the quality target. Alright?
ये
So this is
एजेंट्स
your
और ये सब तो अपने
problem
आप ही बना लिया
statement.
इसने एजेंट्स और ये
Project
सब
scope.
फिगर ऐसे ही डाल
Associates in production effective March 2012 are out of scope. So you see there is in scope and out scope also. And then you have your stakeholders, champions, sponsors, black belts, and team members. The stakeholders, champions mostly will be your customers who run the business. Sponsor, as the name suggests, he or she will be your sponsor who provides a budget to run that particular project. Black belt will be the mentor and members. Okay. Okay. Then what is your goal statement? This is the objective of your project, right? So the goal statement is to increase the median value of overall quality of the process from 75% to at least 85% by August 2012. So you see there is a time bound also, alright? And then you have your time plans and other stuff here. So you will also see there is define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. This is also called a DMAT process. I will give you a slide on this as well. It's a structured approach in terms of a Lean Six Sigma project as also. Okay. So this particular charter is now specific, right? Very specific problem statement, measurable, 75%, 85%, right? Attainable, that means to reach the target of 85%. Is it relevant? Yes, it is relevant to the process and the business. Is it time bound? Yes, you have given a deadline 20th, 30th August of 2012, and now it is a smart charter. Clear? Any clarifications on this?
Yeah, no, it's like.
Wonderful. Okay. Okay. So this is how basically. Yes.
Sir, in the previous slide, which is the project chapter example, please illustrate this the business case and the problem is statement. Means we think these are both same things.
No,
Means the problem statement is just similar to that business case. So how we differentiate between them, both of them, the business case as well as the problem statement? How we differentiate between them? What are the key points that are required to mention in the business case? And similarly, if you want to describe the problem from the same business case, how will make a problem statement out of that?
Wonderful. Thank you for asking that question. Actually, that was my next slide. All right.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
So let's look at how your business case basically
मैं
is
मिसलर
defined.
क्या बोला इसने
Okay. So let's take an example here to understand how
ये मेन का
the
कहाँ
business
शुरू
case can be evolved into a problem statement. Okay.
फिशबोन डायग्राम
So here you have
कल
an
होगा
example of
कल
ABC Auto, which is a basically a automobile manufacturing company, has been receiving a lot of customer complaints in its X1 model vehicle since its launch from January 24. Okay, so this is the issue the business is facing. That means X1 model vehicle is not starting complaints from North Sales region in June 24. Okay, so this is basically the problem. Okay, but we will have to look at how to quantify this in terms of a particular problem, right? See over here again, when you look at the vehicle not starting, that is a problem, correct? But there could be multiple things which are leading to that particular problem, right? So in that case, we will look at the data for the last few months. Say it launched in January 24 and the issue has been identified in June 24. That means you have 6 months data, right? And with all those various data, we then draw a Pareto chart. Okay, vehicle not started, oil leak, noise, poor finish, brake fail, etc. are various issues which has been faced. Clear? Are you understanding the problem? Yes, no?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Good. So now, don't look at this, okay? This second statement, let's ignore it for now. The problem is right now that the company has been receiving a lot of customer complaints, and we have data from January to June. So now that data has been plotted in this format, and the top issue is not starting. Okay, vehicle not started, oil leak, noise, all these are issues. All these are various problems. So in this, now from this particular graph, we see that vehicle not starting is at 60% of the time out of all those issues which has been identified. Okay, so can I take this as my project now on priority?
Yes, sir. Good. We can.
Right? So based on this, now I will define my problem statement. That is what? X1 model vehicle not starting. Customer complaints from North Sales region in June 24. Okay? So this is your business case. How you have arrived to that problem statement from a generic statement.
You mean you have to dig down deeper?
Yes, exactly. That is what your business case will help. So in the previous example also, you will see that what has been mentioned here, that there have been backend centers in one of the account payable process which is migrated in March 12 was not meeting the process quality, right? By how much? What is the issue? Is not clear in the business case. So the team has dug deep. It has looked what is the particular issue and by how much it is a process problem. Then it comes to a conclusion that the average quality score is at 75% against the target of 85%, which was not in the business case. But the business case gave a background of the issue. Clear? So they okay, probably have drilled it down to this level using this particular data and then arrived at the problem statement. Now can you differentiate between business case and problem statement?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Wonderful.
sir.
Good. So now let's take this example,
Excuse
right?
me, sir. Uh,
Yes,
we can differentiate the problem business case and problem statement as a data based on data.
yes,
Okay.
based on data only. So if you do not have data, then I advise you see it could be also a contradicting statement which I am telling you, but it would be also helpful. If you don't have data, collect the data, wait for the data, evaluate it, and then start your project. In some cases, it could be a problem waiting for the data, I agree. But if, in that case, so in those cases, you should probably take the help of an expert and identify the problem. But always, to be fail proof, you should have data in the back end while you are developing your problem statement. Only if you have data, you can set a target. You will know where you are today and set a target for your project, right?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Raghu, just wanted to ask something. In the Pareto diagram that you made here, not
Yes.
started with five numbers, right?
Mhm.
And the total we have 10 problems. So should it not be 50% instead of 60%?
It's basically a cumulative percentage there. Huh? It's we will go into detail of how a particular Pareto chart calculated and represented. Percentage you see here is not the actual percentage but the cumulative.
Because cumulative will be going forward 5 plus 2, right? 7. That will,
10.
which is
Total
put
10 है
as
तो
60%,
50%
should
होना
it not be
चाहिए.
50?
हाँ. और they are 60, they are
Cumulative will be going
76.
forward like 2, 1, 1, 1, 1.
The cumulative, the percentage you see is actually the cumulative percentage. So this is 60%. That means this is 60 plus.
I'm talking about the first problem, which is 5 in numbers, and we have total 10 problems. So the first problem should comprise of 50%.
Okay, you're talking about that. No, see here, just as a representative percentage, don't go literally with the data. It's just to represent how you could arrive at
परसेंटेज में रहेगा.
simpler use. Okay. But we will go tomorrow where I will carry maybe wrote a session with all of you and all of it can be interpreted.
Correct chart.
Anyway, thanks for
Sir, correct
this.
chart only is there, no? 20 due to. Hello? Excuse me.
Yes, yes, go ahead, please.
Hello?
Hello. Go
Hello?
ahead, I can hear you.
Correct chart only is there, no? The 80% problem due to that 20% problem, like that, no?
Yes, 80% problems are caused because of 20% issues. We will take that up tomorrow in detail, right?
कल यार
Okay.
तरीके में कर लेंगे कहीं.
Okay, for the rest of the team, thanks to making that up. So this particular graph over here is also called as a Pareto chart, which basically is to identify or prioritize your problems with against a clear name. So tomorrow we will go into a full-fledged workout activity of this and we will learn on how to interpret that as well. Okay. But let's look at it from a concept point of view of how
पेपर ही
data
सिखा
can
देंगे हम
be
भी.
interpreted while we are working on this case and identifying that problem statement. Okay. In here, when I go through forward, is on the importance of the problem. So because of this particular problem, we've had customer dissatisfaction and company image has been affected. Warranty cost was costed to around 145 man hours were wasted in segregation and repair. Okay, so this is basically the issue, and now we will look at how the work this into. When you look at it, the goal here, can you get it now? Reduce customer complaints on X1 model, not starting from 60% to 25% by September 2025. Okay. You got your problem statement over here. It is not starting at one of the highest at 60%. And now that has been targeted to reduce by 25% by September 2024. That's how your goal has been prepared using that particular business case information. Okay. So the problem statement here, 60% of customer complaints are recorded from X1 model in the North region since Jan to June 24 result in high customer dissatisfaction of rupees 2.5 lakhs of warranty cost and 145 man hours. This is affecting organization reputation. Okay, clear with your problem statement now, how it has been developed from your business case? Yes, no?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. The business case again, 1.5 lakhs of warranty cost needs customer satisfaction and cost. That's your right. So scope will be North region sales in X1 model. Be a scope. And based on some dates here for the approaches we will take. So in a very simpler format, this is how a charter can also look like. Okay. Now you understood how we defined the problem, how we quantify the problem using business case and data, and how that problem transferred or translated into a goal, a problem statement, and collectively into a project chart. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, Ravi.
Wonderful, wonderful. Is there any clarification so far?
So I have one clarification.
Yes.
Okay. Raghu, sometimes we don't have a sufficient data for a project.
Mhm.
On such a scenario, how we can
We
proceed further?
call experts.
See, that's why I told you that it can be contradicting some play at some time. The best thing to do is to wait for data or create means of data collection. Okay,
Okay, okay.
all right. So this again can become a challenge to the project and the business when you are waiting or trying to create measures to get your data. That means it's going to involve more cost, time, and resource.
Okay,
Right? So that comes at an agreement with your stakeholders and management whether they are willing to take that effort to do that.
the risk.
Yes, I wouldn't call it a risk. It's actually an effort
Okay,
where resources will be involved.
okay, okay.
Right? So probably you as a team leader or the project manager have to convince the sponsors and the management that saying that this is the high impact project where we lack data and evidence. So we need few months to collect that data, and then we will be better in a better way to quantify that data and initiate the project.
Hmm?
So this is the best way to do it.
Because
And I know
Warranty,
there
warranty
are
cases
practical
also, sir.
challenges to this in terms of putting sources.
कितने रुपए की वारंटी केसेस और 145 मैन आवर्स लग गए.
Whatever.
वाईफाई डिस्कनेक्ट कर दो.
Process in
डिजिटल.
no. If it is very unique, then you might have to look at which
इस पर तो और नहीं है, डिजिटल पे प्लानिंग करना है.
there. Then the next alternative is to go to an subject matter expert, get their inputs, try and quantify.
कनेक्ट नहीं हो रहा. लैन भी नहीं हो रहा इधर. लैन कहाँ हो रहा है? ये क्या बोल रहा है? वाईफाई कर दीजिए. यार डीएसएल वाईफाई.
Like here, we are saving some 3,000 of warranty cost and some manpower. Yeah.
But to resolve that problem, we are going to spend more than 5 lakhs. 5 lakhs cost and more for to that project is viable or not. That's how to evaluate.
Wonderful. Wow. That is a very good question. Thank you for asking. Does the rest of the team understand that question? Do you want me to repeat it? I think this is a very important thing which we have to understand. What our team member here mentions is the problem statement here says that all the benefits we get here is saying that 2.5 lakhs of warranty and 145 hours of man hours. But what if we need to spend 5 lakhs to get that problem rectified? Isn't that going to be an overkill? Is that what you meant?
Yes, yes, correct. Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So, how we have to look at it in terms of, see, first thing is
इतना तो लगाया था,
that's a very
उसकी
rightly
कॉस्टिंग ये
pointed
है,
out
फिर से लगाना पड़ रहा है
question,
तो डबल हो गया 5
because
लाख.
when we are presenting this charter to the management and stakeholders, the first thing they will look at it is in terms of the investment it takes or the budget it requires for running this project. In this case, say it is 5 lakhs, which we assume. It is more than the benefit which the project is getting, right? So the first thing we need to look at it in terms of the customer point of view. Always, whenever we are initiating a project, we have to first look at it from the customer's point of view. Put ourselves in the customer's shoes and see how will he look at it from the outside world. And when we look retrospect this particular case, I'm talking about only this particular case, right? You can relate it to our businesses as well. When we retrospect this particular case, what was the first thing which came out as an issue here, right? ABC Auto has been receiving a lot of customer complaints, right? So imagine in 6 months we have lost 2.5 lakhs, right? In terms of warranty, but we have also lost customer satisfaction, which is more important and it is intangible. So, over a period of time, if this particular issue is not rectified, then there are two things which will happen. Number first, and the most elementary thing, is we will lose customers. If we lose customers, we lose business, we lose market share. Right? Number one. Number two is if we are not investing that 5 lakhs today, this 2.5 lakhs was for a period of 6 months, January to June. If it were to continue for the next 6 months, it's going to become 5 lakhs. And another 6 months, it's going to become 15 lakhs. So, investing 5 lakhs now and saving customer satisfaction, retaining the customer, and also saving that warranty cost is what will basically give the benefit of the project. Okay? Can you relate it now?
Yeah.
Okay. So at this point, I would also want to look at it in terms of the customer point of view. Is one rule which we have in statistics. It's called the tens rule. Does anyone know about it?
कौन सा रूल?
Yes. No.
No.
Okay. So let me guess.
Tens rule.
So the tens rule basically says, say for example, if we are going to have a problem, so this particular problem is with respect to vehicle not starting, right? So now if we are going to spend 10 rupees for rectifying this particular problem while the particular product is being manufactured or produced, that particular issue to be rectified may cost 10 rupees. Okay? What if this was not done, or if that particular problem was not rectified at the manufacturing and it goes to the customer? So when it goes out to the customer and then there is a complaint, this multiplies by 10. So to rectify it out in the market, that is in a service center, it will cost you 100 rupees. Okay? And even then, if that is not rectified in your particular market scenario, at the end of it, when the customer is going to give bad feedback and give other customers a bad notion about it, then it will cost 1,000 rupees. And ultimately, you will end up losing business. Right? So, this is a tense rule. So, think at it from a design point of view. I just look at it as an example from a manufacturing scenario where your product is already out in the market. But when we look at it from a design point of view, right? When we are designing a product and you foresee that there is going to be an issue and it takes 10 rupees to rectify it and you don't do it, and it goes to manufacturing, the same issue will take 100 rupees to rectify, and when it goes to the customer, it would take 1,000 rupees to rectify, and ultimately you are going to lose your market share and business, right? So it's always to look at it from the customer point of view at the very initial stage to save that future cost which is coming. It's not only the cost, it's going to cost you the whole business, right? So that's the tense rule. So always, keep this in mind whenever you are defining a problem or communicating this to any of your management teams. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Okay, so another thing I forgot to tell you is to ask for breaks whenever you want it. It is 11 a.m. now, and it's the right time for us to move into the next chapter. So, would you like to have a break now? Yes, no?
As you like, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so
Yes, we need a break.
Yes, sir.
wonderful. So, 10 minutes. It's 11 now. 11:10. We'll be back. Okay.
Ah, okay.
Okay. See you later.
समोसे वाला जरा सा लेके
सब कभी गए कुछ मंगा रहे खाने के लिए खाने के लिए मंगा रहे हैं हाँ जी लिया और समोसे तो है क्या पकौड़े लिया नमकीन लिया नमकीन वो दमदार आता है खाने के लिए यार दो ही चीज बनाए मुझे या तो समोसे लिया और फिर नमकीन नमकीन लिया नमकीन
Hello, sir. This is Vijayendra calling from AGI Impact.
Yes, Vijay.
Actually, sir, I wanted to ask you that do you conduct these sessions even at outstation location as well? Because we are a company from Hyderabad, and we conduct such sessions for our team at our locations.
Yes, definitely.
So, if you can share your number, what I'll do, I'll text you.
Yeah.
I'll mail you something.
Sure, you will find that in the presentation. You can also reach to the CII team.
I think they have not given me your number and name also.
Okay. You will anyway have to take
चाय मंगवा
Okay, then that is it. Okay, sir. Thanks a lot. And sir, where do you reside actually? You are based from?
I'm based out of Bangalore.
Okay. So it is nearby. You are at Hyderabad, it will be nearby to you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, this training is more effective if we have it offline. There are more workout sessions, etc., which makes it more interactive when it's really needed.
True. Okay, sir.
कितने मेंबर हैं? राजकुमार मिश्रा कौन है?
ये तो राजी है सर
हाँ?
यही नाम बदल के तो ना आगे ड्यूटी पे आगे ड्यूटी पे छुट्टी हो मारता है
समोसे नहीं बन रहे? जब बन जाएंगे तब बोलता दिया वही
हाँ
क्या?
लिया
कौन लेकर आ रहा है? चाय मंगाई? चाय पीनी है क्या?
पी ली सर और मंगा लेना क्या करना है छोड़ेगा भी तो 1 बजे करीब उमाशंकर का हो गया अपने एनटीपीसी सही सेट हो गया सही सेट हो गया
अमित शुक्ला क्या बोल रहा है? हाँ जी,
क्या हाल चाल है?
बस
ये बताओ कि फ्री हो कि
नहीं? फ्री तो नहीं है, बताओ।
फ्री नहीं, फ्री मतलब 2 मिनट बात कर ले।
हाँ, 2 मिनट बात कर लो। अभी हो रहे हैं 8, 9, 1 ही मिनट है।
1 ही मिनट आज। मैं कह रहा हूँ कि ये जो पॉलीथिन वाली बॉडी लगाई थी हमने, 3 बॉडी लगाई थी ना हमने, अगर हम एक का देखें इलेक्ट्रिकली खर्चा कितना हुआ तो वो मिल सकता है?
वो तो यार वो बताएगा।
कौन? अरे छूटते ही कहीं डाल देते हो तो कुछ तो रख लो अपने थाले में।
अरे हमने कहाँ लगाई है, ये तो SLDL बुक करा
अरे
था।
SLDL वाला तो लगाया, वो तो खर्चा हमारे पास है। मैं कह रहा हूँ कि इलेक्ट्रिकली और क्या खर्चा आपने किया है, वो है अपने पास?
भैया
या
कम्युलेटिव
कितना
है 28 लाख।
है?
28 लाख कम्युलेटिव है, सिर्फ फॉलिंग फिल्म का नहीं बता पाऊंगा मैं।
कुमुलेटिव 28 लाख है?
हाँ, जो स्टीम सेविंग
मतलब
प्रोजेक्ट का था।
नहीं तो ये तो केबल वेबल का लेके बता रहे हो ना, मोटर वोटर थोड़ी इंक्लूड किया है उसमें, ड्राइव ड्राइव ये सब?
सिर्फ
या
कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पार्ट
ड्राइवर?
बता रहा हूँ मैं,
अच्छा,
परचेज पार्ट नहीं
कॉन्ट्रैक्ट
बता
पार्ट
रहा
जो
मैं।
हमने उसको केबल डालने के लिए दिया था।
हाँ,
तो मान लो 9 3 27, 9 लाख एक पे हम मान लें।
अब फॉलिंग फिल्म लगी है, 3 फॉलिंग फिल्म, इसके अलावा और क्या लगाया तुमने? देखो ऊपर ऊपर
हीटर
वो
लगा, हीटर लगा,
कंडेंसर हीटर।
हीटर में तो कोई वैसा पंप पंप नहीं है ना? तो नहीं।
अरे वो कंडेंसर ऊपर क्या क्या लगाया वो सब देख लो।
कंडेंसर में तो देखो DCS लगाया, वो
और
लगाया, वो तो
इंक्लूडिंग
इंस्ट्रूमेंट का
डिसमेंटलिंग
आइटम है
है,
ना
सुनो,
उसमें तो।
इंक्लूडिंग डिसमेंटलिंग है।
28 में है?
हम्म।
तो समझ गया, कोई बात नहीं, वो तो रफली ले लेंगे। बाकी वो तो मोटर का खर्चा और वो केबलिंग वेबलिंग जो उन्होंने दी थी वो तो उनके पार्ट में ही है।
केबलिंग, हाँ उनके पार्ट में, लेकिन लगाने का तो था ना।
हाँ मैं समझ गया, नहीं लगाने वाला तो अपने पास है।
हम्म।
इसके अलावा और कोई एडिशनल खर्चा जैसे लाइट फाइट ये वो काम झाम?
बस तो वही है,
कितना?
केबल ट्रे ये सब।
कितना मान के चलो, कितना आ जाएगा?
या
ये
इंडिविजुअल।
बताओ कि मैं एक मोटा मोटी ये मान लो कि अगर उनको ना लगाना हो, हमें लगाना हो, तो मान लो हमें 3 मोटर चाहिए 100 HP की।
एक कॉस्टिंग इंजीनियर जोड़ रखना था तुमको इतने बड़े प्रोजेक्ट में।
है?
कॉस्टिंग इंजीनियर जोड़ रखना था। हम तो इरेक्शन
अरे
इंजीनियर थे।
है?
हम तो इरेक्शन एंड कमीशनिंग इंजीनियर थे भाई।
अरे हम इरेक्शन वाले और
अब
कास्टिंग
कॉस्टिंग वाले तुम
हम
थे
ही
यार,
लोग
तुम
हैं।
देखो कहाँ क्या खर्चा डला है, उस हिसाब से निकाल
नहीं
लो।
नहीं, वो सब तो ऐसा ऐसा है, वो तो कर लूंगा मैं कह रहा था कि ये बताओ कि 100 HP की 3 मोटर मान लो उनके खाते में थी। हम 100 HP की मोटर जो नॉर्मली 2000 HP आजकल चल रहा है कि क्या?
3000
HP की
HP।
है? 3000?
हम्म।
3000 पहुंच गया है ये। और इसमें और क्या, एक ड्राइव है 100 HP की मोटर के लिए, ड्राइव का क्या खर्चा आएगा? एक BFD?
VFD
I don't know that.
एक एक VFD का खर्चा, एक पैनल नहीं है ना, उसमें 3 है।
हाँ हाँ।
Yes.
तीन का खर्चा
Yes.
आप ये मान के चलो 16-17 लाख।
We start then.
कंसोलिडेटेड वाले का 16-17 लाख। अगर हम सेपरेट सेपरेट ले तो
सेपरेट लेंगे तो 5.5 लाख, 5 लाख रुपए।
5 लाख ईच, 5
हाँ,
या 15।
अच्छा मैं अभी, अब चालू हो गया मेरा वो टाइम।
अच्छा, हाँ कोई नहीं।
2 मिनट बोल रहा था ये तो।
I am sharing my screen. Please let me know if you can see it. Can you see my screen? Here.
यस सर।
Yes. Yes. I'll shut down my camera just to save bandwidth. Okay. So any clarifications teams till now until charter?
Just a small point. Why
Yeah.
we have kept scope limited to only North region, because we are going to improve it for all the regions, correct? In the next slide, where scope is restricted to only North.
Yeah. So this particular scenario
अटेनेबल हो
analysis has been taken with
मैं
respect
तो
to
बोलता डाटा
customer
ही
service
अवेलेबल फॉर नॉट
satisfaction at the highest in North
सही
Asia.
है। हाँ ये भी बात
Okay.
सही
So
है
if
कि
you
नॉर्थ में
look
भी
at
दिक्कत आ रही
this
है
statement here,
X1 model not starting. Customer
May,
complaints from not sales region is what has been observed. Okay. So that's why we have scoped it to only the north state.
जब समोसा बन जाएगा ला दिया यार घर पर.
So
Okay.
again, can scope it however you want it. But again, that scope also can fall in for another Pareto. You know, like you can run customer complaints, number of customer complaints in all regions, sales regions, and say for example in that case your north sales region is giving you the highest customer complaint. Then you
Yeah,
can
so
take
here, we will not wait for complaint to come from south or from west, but we will resolve it for all. That's the scope we should have.
yes, yes, yes. See, the scope is for North Sales region, but probably the solution will apply for all
Yes.
the models, right? Which goes for all the, so it will anyway be addressed.
So ideally scope is should not be restricted to that only one region because we are going to invest efforts or cost for the product.
Yeah, yeah,
It will
yeah.
apply to all the regions, not only one.
That in this case, see the X1 model of the vehicle is not being sold only for the North region, right?
Correct.
All the regions. So when we are working on the improvements, it will obviously go to all the regions. But here, since the North region is where we took our data from, that's why we are scoping it there. But the application and implementation will be here.
स्कोप सही है रहा
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any other clarifications?
So this charter is used only when we have a problem or when we are starting a new project also. So because in my company we have like similar concept A3 or gate initiation process where we write similar things. So is it same as that or this is only
Yes.
for problem?
A3 is a derived, more detailed format of a project charter. So here probably it may be more simplistic. A3 will have more data and CTQs and KPIs initiated into it. See here, it can be either ways. When talking about whether it needs to be addressed for a particular problem or a project, my answer would be for both because be it a problem or a project, it is very very important and useful for us to identify all these elements which may be directly or indirectly influencing your problem solving approach, right? So I would personally say it is a requirement, be it a problem solving effort or a project. See, ultimately, any small problem solving approach can itself become a small project by itself, right? So it is always good to follow this practice. That's what I would say.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so just to recollect whatever we've learned since the morning, we first started off with a problem, right? We defined the problem. We looked at how a particular problem can be approached. What are the systematic approaches we can take, and the various activities we can do to identify the structured approach. And we ended up collecting data, identifying those through a business case, prioritizing them, and putting it into a problem statement and converting it into a project charter. Right. So this is the initial flow of the basic definition. Right. So this is the very first stage of any problem solving approach we would take. So then what comes next? What comes next is implementing or applying the problem solving techniques. And that is what we will be learning now. Right? So the problem solving techniques can be many. Through these, we will learn tools, a few vital tools, or I would also say a few very important and most widely used tools, which are proven to be effective, and we will understand how these techniques can be applied in our problem solving approach, and not only how but why and when these can be applied as well. Okay, so to start off with, let's understand one particular parameter which is called sources of variation. Okay, so sources of variation is something which basically gives us the first initiation point of any approach whatsoever. So before we dwell into this, let me ask you one thing. Now that we have our project charter, problem statement, goal, everything defined, what would be the next step?
Plan.
Yeah, you already have the plan in your charter, right?
Analysis.
Analysis.
Yes, analysis. So to do the analysis, what are we going to do?
Collect that
Check the data.
Collect the
data.
data.
Absolutely. So we will collect the data, we will check the data, we will identify what is good or bad in the data, right? So, in other words, when we are dwelling more into it, we are looking at what could be the various causes to that particular problem, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So, these causes can be due to certain parameters in your process. And these parameters, which are leading to those causes, are called as variations. Okay? So variables, right? Something which is not standard is variables. That is
Counts as
variables. So
variable,
that's
sir.
where we call it, give it a title called sources of variation. Okay. And coming to this, there will always be something which is in your input, which is causing that particular issue, right? So when we are looking at a problem, are we looking at a problem on the output part of our product or the input part of our product? Okay,
Both.
so let me give you a little more insight about it. Okay, so say for example, you have a process. Okay, you have a process. The process has something which comes in and something which goes out. Correct? Something which comes in is what? Your inputs. Right? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
So
agree.
something comes in, so you have A, B, C, etc. as your raw materials. You put everything into your process. There is a process which happens, and then at the end of it, you get your product. Right? What's your product called? It is your
Output.
output. Correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, yes.
Yes. Okay. So in mathematical terms, your product is y or your output is y, and what is your input? X.
Various, yes. X.
Okay. Alright. So your output will always be y and input will always be x. And in many cases there can be multiple x's, right?
Yes.
X1, x2, x3, etc. Correct?
Yes.
So these x's, right? Each of these x's are what?
Raw materials.
Input. And each of these x's can have variations, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right? So can we call this collectively as the sources of variation?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So why I'm bringing this point up is always when we are doing a root cause analysis, where should we then focus? Should we focus on your output or should we focus on your input?
Input, sir.
Input and process.
Process also.
Exactly. So you will always focus on your input, which is your sources of variation, which ultimately ends up into your process and then comes out as an output. So when this source as a cause, it will interrupt in your process and it will give you an undesired output. In many cases, the sources of variation can also be part of your process as well. Maybe some flaw in your process also. Okay. So to collectively look at it from a mathematical point of view, can I say your output is a function of your input? Y equals f of x. I'm sure most of us would have uh, learned this in mathematics.
Yes, correct.
Right? So y equals f of x. Always the sources of variation are coming from your input parameters. So these are called as our independent variables. Independent. Okay. And these are called your dependent variables or your output dependent. Okay. So mathematically, the sources of variations will always be at your input, and that is what our RCA will mostly be focusing on. Okay. So what will be your output? Y dependent output effect symptoms monitor etc. And your x's will be independent input process cost problem control. So this is where most of the activities will happen. Okay. So we will be focusing on what? The inputs. The sources of variation is always your input parameters. Okay. So always keep this in mind.
But Raghu, sometimes in process also we will have some problems, no? Sometimes.
Yes, yes, yes. So that's why I put their input process.
Okay. Input
Right.
process. Okay.
Input process.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. All right. So let me go further then. So you understood what your sources of variations are. Always you have to focus your results on your input or independent variables. So process of arriving at your root cause is basically these four simple steps. All problems or non-conformities uh, work within a unit of the same action. If we check them carefully, we know that they have several causes. Okay. Finding the clue to solve the problem or non-conformant is most urgent. Brainstorming by all people concerned enables them to gradually clarify, and then writing a cause and effect diagram enables us to identify in a systematic manner. So first thing here is the very fact of brainstorming session. Okay. So this is a very common technique. The first technique is the brainstorming session. I have, I know most of you would have formally or informally got into a brainstorming session. Yes or no?
Yes, you're right. Yes, you're right.
Yes.
Yes. So every team meeting,
हेलो.
be it formal or
हाँ सर,
informal,
फारूक
could
यार
be a
इससे बात कर
brainstorming
लेना था
session.
कोयले के लिए.
Every
सब यहाँ
activity
पे.
you do
हाँ हाँ.
within your team could
नहीं
be a
नहीं यार,
brainstorming
दूसरा
session,
है.
right? So,
तो
it's
इनको बता
just
दीजिए,
to give
गौरव
you a
भाई बात
little
कर रहा
more
था.
perspective. This
वो
is
एक
a
हमारे जो
group
परिचय वाले
activity
हैं उन्होंने बताया
where
था
a
क्या नाम
team
आपसे बात करने के लिए.
of
आप ये जानकारी चाहते
like-minded
हैं, मैं
or
बता
a
देता हूँ कोयले
team
के
who
बारे में
is
हम कहाँ
working
पर
on
यूज़
one
करते हैं, कैसे
particular
करते हैं.
goal come together
तो तुम
and
इनको बता दियो, परिचय वाले ने
discuss
बता
on
दिया.
various issues causing a particular problem and note it down. So this is mostly a, I would also say it as a non-structured way of identifying causes to a problem, but it's also a very good start for digging deep if we do not have anything on papers already. So always remember that there are certain rules to be followed, or I wouldn't say it's rules. I would say it's more rather etiquettes to follow while a brainstorming session is happening. Equal opportunities should be given to all team members involved.
टीम
Many a
मेंबर
time
को
we
कौन बना
notice
देंगे.
that not all team members are
टीम मेंबर
actively
टीम मेंबर
involved
को कौन
or
बना.
you know readily open to give you ideas and suggestions. So not one or two should dominate the whole group discussion. As team leaders whom I see you as, you should probably give opportunity to all the individual team members involved. And most importantly, you should remember that no idea is a dumb idea, right? So you have to monitor, identify, and document everything which comes on the book or comes on the table. While I, also say brainstorming session is to identify different causes to a problem. What I also repeatedly say that these are ideas. Okay, this is the first step or the first approach we take to any problem solving technique. Is in a brainstorming session, we would not call any of those probable causes which comes out on the desk as a cause, but as an idea. Okay, so you see, idea is mentioned. Why is that? Why it is not a cause? Is because these are something which is non-factual, right? There may or may not be data evidences behind whatever is coming out of it. So we give it the benefit of the doubt and mention them as ideas but not causes because of the very fact that I will repeat again that these may not be having evidential data back behind them, right? So that's why in any brainstorming session, we should call in the team and say, hey guys, come on to the brainstorming session, let's get some ideas on the board. Not let's get some causes on the board. Okay, so that's one other thing which you have to, you know, keep in mind while executing a brainstorming session. Why I'm telling you all this is as a team leader, which I look at each one of you when you go back to your desks and work areas after this training, is we should all be advocates of a problem solving approach in a structured manner. In other ways, we are the ones who will be probably inspiring others to take in these approaches in the same systematic manner which we are learning to work today. So I also
डाल
see
ले ले.
each one of us as facilitators of this process, right? So as facilitators, whatever we say should be probably the ones which needs to be followed by the team, and those should be the right ones which we have to communicate. And that's also a reason why I am reiterating here is that for each of these techniques, starting from the brainstorming session to all the ones which we learn today, is we advocate them conceptually and factually in the right manner. Okay, so that's most important, which we have to know. So that's all about brainstorming session in a nutshell. All right. So let me go further. So what will basically be the objectives of a brainstorming session? We will identify. Yes.
Excuse me, Raghu, I like to add on some points.
Yes. Please go ahead.
Some point of time, only the senior most people they will be talking, and the other person will be keeping silent. That is only equal opportunity is given.
Yes.
Okay. Another scenario is they will not give opportunity to talk to people. They will think that these operators and technicians what they will think.
Hmm.
They will not give any ideas. These
Hmm.
are some of the scenarios which will end up in the non-beneficial brainstorming. This is my point of view.
Absolutely right. And that is why I am iterating and reiterating this point again. That you have to give people opportunities for everyone involved in the brainstorm. See, otherwise there is no point of putting the team together, making them sit in a room and do this thing, right? They rather spend time in the shop floor or in their home area and not waste time here with them expected to give any contribution. So that is the mindset. You are very right. And that's why I am reiterating this that it needs to be a group effort and everyone needs to be contributing equally. Because I have seen and experienced these kind of scenarios.
Yes, yes, yes.
So I look at you as a facilitator. When a brainstorm session is happening, I would visualize each one of you as a team leader facilitating the whole. You need to take charge,
Okay, okay, okay.
not any senior member.
Because sometimes this operator they work in the software for 15 years, 20 years, they have a
Yeah,
better knowledge than senior members because of work.
exactly. Exactly. See, when I'm telling you as a facilitator, right? What does the term facilitator mean? That means you are giving that platform an opportunity for everyone to contribute, right? And how it happen is that you probably need to first thing is educate them about how things needs to be done, right? And also give them the skills they need to get the best out of whatever we are doing. Right? So that when I'm talking about the skills to get the best out of it and also educate, it is also talking about the mindset of people who are contributing.
Correct, correct.
You rightly pointed out, senior members would not like encourage other members to give ideas or in many cases or some cases it might happen. Why is that happening? Is because it's a mindset, and that's what we need to break.
Yeah, thank you. I just shared for the sake of our participants. This is really happy for me.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
No, no, that is another problem that we need to solve it by doing another root cause analysis.
Maybe you can take it as a project.
चलो भैया आगे चलो
It's very common that many times it happens that because of the presence of senior people, those operator level people may not speak even.
No, I
It is also,
completely
it is also true that
uh,
we need to create that environment. I think we need to create that environment that everyone will contribute.
yes, exactly. And see, one more thing, while we brought up this very interesting topic, uh, I have also faced these similar things when I have done projects in my work organizations. Uh, how effectively it solved my issue in terms of getting the best out of everyone is to give them that conducive atmosphere, right? So look at it from an operator point of view who is spending his day in day out on a shop floor, pulling him into a four walled conference room
Hello.
say making him sit and asking him to give ideas.
अच्छा अच्छा कौन है?
First of all, it is not a conducive environment for him. He
अच्छा
will
अच्छा
not be comfortable and open in such environments.
ठीक है कुछ क्या?
I'm trying to give you the mindset of people, right? And in such cases, it is very natural that he or she might not give the inputs required
चलो बात करते हैं।
because
तुम्हारा ही मंगाना है अभी तो
he
स्टार्ट
may be insecure, uncomfortable about that environment, or all that people sitting around.
ठीक है मैं बोल रहा
Now, look at it on the other part.
हूँ ठीक है भाई
Turn the scene a little bit, right? Why do a brainstorming session in a conference room or a meeting room? Why can't we do it on the shop floor where the issue is happening, where the operator is at his best, right? Get the team there, spend some 5-10 minutes, ask the right questions, make the people comfortable, and then you will see better results. Okay? So that's something I learned from my experience. Try it out if you haven't, maybe it will work.
But Raghu, one more thing, if an operator or somebody is giving a good idea, there will be a proper appreciation. That is also another factor.
Yes, yes, definitely. That is also something which is with respect to mindset.
Correct. Thank you.
You're welcome. Keep coming with all these interesting questions. Let's have more, interactive discussion rather than just running through the slides. That's really good. Thank you so much. Okay, so can I continue now?
Please proceed, Ramesh.
Yes. All right. So the objective of a brainstorming session: identifying the problem, identifying critical causes, find the solution, and prevent the problem. See again, I am putting here find solution and prevent problem. This is not a right thing to do, but it could also be done within a brainstorming session. I'll tell you why. One of our team members also asked, should this be taken up as a full-fledged project or a simple problem-solving approach, right? So, for example, if the problem is really very simple, if a particular nut in a bolt was entitled to a particular top, the cause has been identified, you rectify it, put a torque measurement device there, find a solution and prevent the problem, right? That solves there itself. But in that case, a brainstorming session itself will start and finish the whole problem, right? In some cases, the brainstorming session can be an initiation for a very complex and multiple cross-functional team involved problem or a project, right? In such cases, finding solution and preventing the problem would not be applicable. Identifying critical causes, okay, but not the solution and problem. Okay, so you need to decide the magnitude and complexity of a problem you are dealing with, and then identify and utilize the right tools. Okay, so this is also something as facilitators for a problem solving approach you need to keep in mind in terms of the magnitude of a problem versus the technique you will be applying. Okay, clear?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Okay, so brainstorming session, I will not take you through the definition and everything. This is basically the same thing which we have just discussed. Let's go to the next slide. So this also are a few points which I have already discussed, but let's go through this again. Encourage wild ideas, right? Quantity rather than quality of ideas is important. Suspend the judgment on good or bad. Write down other ideas. Never criticize. Never prohibit a person from different angles. Write down all viewpoints, list ideas, and leader or facilitator need to guide the members in generating ideas. Okay, that's good. Maybe, one thing I learned today in this session is that I need to add one more point at the end of this, is to motivate and probably encourage ideas from all team members. I will put that also. Thank you.
One more thing also,
Okay.
include all the team members.
Yeah, I mean, see, this brainstorming session
अनम्यूट
will
कैसे
be done with the team
स्पेस बार दबकर
who
बोलेगा और
is
म्यूट
identified in your charter.
स्पेस बार दबकर बोलते रहे
अच्छा
जितनी देर दबेगा उतना
Okay,
अनम्यूट
so that
छोड़
team
देगा
will be part of it, and it must be part of this brainstorming session.
Okay. Because we have done one of the this one project charter, and we got one different type of experience. You want to share? I will share with the team for sake of team.
Yes, please go ahead. And you also wanted to share some problem, right?
Yes.
Is still relevant now?
Yeah, that is the problem. Correct, exactly.
Yes, please go ahead. I think it's the right time.
Yeah, actually, we are facing sudden decrease in the sales in Andhra region, and we have done a brainstorming session, and we have concluded that there is a vacancy for a marketing person, and we recruited, and we started working on it. But still, sales is not picking up.
Okay.
Okay, then on time morning we went to the field and we have discussed with the sales person. Then he told that there is some different type of business model going on in the area. Marketing is not the issue. Some rich players, they are promoting online, they are giving the product to the customer door delivery. But what is the issue in this brainstorming session? We involved all the regional head, sales head, business head, these type of people, but we didn't involve any salesman.
See, that is very important. It's very important while you choose your team for the project.
Unfortunately, this project is driven by a senior most management person.
Okay.
Then we started working on it, and for almost 5 months over, and then we realized that we are going in different direction. The salesperson told, while discussing, he told, sir, some niche players, they are giving the product door delivery in online model.
Okay.
If you are doing off-page order in the morning, they are delivering door delivery, that is customers are very comfortable.
Okay.
Then we identified and we started that model. Just I'm giving the example that we neglected the salesperson, we included all the sales head, regional head, and all. But we identified some different issues, marketing issues, but ultimately the issue was different and the actual cause is different. Then we identified, just I want to give this example of
Did you solve that problem, sir?
yes, we have solved. We understand what is the customer requirement. Because we thought marketing is the problem. Customers are expecting that product will be delivered in door. They are very happy. Then we started the model and our sales got increased. Because we are identifying some different groups that are traveling in different parts, almost different times. And
Okay.
the main learning is including the right person in the team.
Yes, yes. Very rightly pointed out. I think that's one other thing which probably I missed also. While doing your project charter, identifying the right team members also plays a very crucial role of the success factor of your project. Definitely.
But one more thing, the brainstorming session sometimes will not give effective solution. That is why.
Oh, see, brainstorming session is more often utilized where we do not have data. Okay, in areas where you don't have data. This also, I think you asked that question, right? Where if we don't have data, what to do?
Correct, yes.
And if you do not have the opportunity to wait and create data, you can start off with brainstorming,
Oh,
right? So you can do brainstorming, identify ideas, and then take it to the next level to at least have some information in hand, which comes from the right team involved.
Correct, correct, correct. But if we involve the salesperson in the beginning itself, we can attack this correct cause and we got the
Yes,
success
yes.
later. We wasted almost 6 months.
Okay. Maybe next time you know that.
Yeah, it is a big learning for us. Group. A
Okay.
big learning. I just want to share for the sake of us. This may happen in each and every application.
Yes, yes. Great.
Hello, Mr.
Sure.
Vinod.
Yes.
Can you please share it again? Your problem specifically.
Because certain people the sales in one of the region.
यहाँ नहीं रही।
Then we thought that there is a marketing person vacancy in the place. We arrived in this one brainstorming session, and this brainstorming session we involved all the sales regional people and all. And we recruited a marketing person. Still, our sales is not picking up. Then we went to the field and we had a discussion with the sales people. Then one of the salesperson he, told that this type of idea is going on in this market. Then we realized that we are traveling in a different path. Then we identified the correct cause and we worked on it. And now our sales is increased.
And what was the idea, sir?
Idea that our
सबसे
competitor they
सुनिए
are doing online business and they are giving door delivery.
कितने स्लाइड है
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir.
1935 है 130
It's a real scenario pretend
थर्टी नाइन
because we thought
कभी आज
we
आज
are traveling
आज
to Bangalore. Then we realized we are traveling to Mumbai.
Oh,
Almost we wasted 6 months.
अभी इसने तो एक प्रोसेस
okay.
है मैं मान ली 10 प्रोसेस बन रहा होता है
Okay. But Mr. Sorry, Mr. Vinod, I also want to learn how did you arrive at this solution in terms of door delivery? What path did you take? Let our team members also learn. I mean, how did it ultimately strike to you that it was actually the door delivery which was the problem, not the cost?
Actually, this sales person he approached some customers because he is having a relationship with customers. They told that some competitors they are giving door delivery. They are very comfortable. Instead of going to hotel and taking a parcel, if the person is giving the doorstep, will be very happy.
Feedback.
Then he have already told to his boss, but he neglected the time. And let's see, we'll look at the later like that. That means the same sense that they it taken very lightly. During the meeting in the field, then he told this idea, this scenario, this type of business model going on there. Why can't we try this?
Okay. Okay. Great. Good. All right.
Thank you.
Sir, can I ask you a question, sir?
Yes.
Sir, if there are multiple processes are involved for a single output, suppose at least 5 processes are involved for generating a single output, then the team leader will discuss with the team that is responsible for process 1, then separately with the process 2, then process 3, then process 4. Then it will be very difficult for a single leader for the brainstorming session. So then how should we approach, sir, the problem, sir?
Okay, so if you have multiple processes leading to the output and you have different teams working on each of those processes, how you will approach the problem, right?
Yes, sir. Single leader will. I think that would be difficult for the single leader discussing with a
Okay.
lot of
So,
team.
see, first thing is this is again an area where data plays a major role, right? So, if you
Yes,
have multiple processes and you have a problem, you need to identify in which of the processes this problem is arising.
okay, sir.
Okay. Maybe the problem is at the end stage, then you have to look at all the various processes and their data and identify variation in that data from each of those processes and then work on it. The other way to do it is if you have CTQs, critical to quality, or KPIs, key process input variables, we say, monitored in your process, then look at those informations, see for any abnormalities, and try to study that particular abnormality for some time and see whether that particular process which has the abnormality is actually the area of concern. Okay, let's assume that you have three processes: process A, B, and C,
Okay.
and process B is where this abnormality has been identified. Okay,
Okay.
so your scope of the process problem solving approach should be in process B. So the team leader will then scope the project around the process B,
Mhm.
pull in the team who are involved directly and indirectly with process B, and then initiate the project.
Okay, sir.
That's how it has to be done. You should
Okay.
not go the other way. First, initiate the project and then go asking for data.
Mhm.
First, the team leader's responsibility is to, once he knows that there is a problem existing, do this. So, this is part of the business case. Okay.
Okay.
Identify the data, look at where things are going wrong, study the process for some time, and then evaluate that, okay, this is the process which is causing the issue. Let's bring the team together, put a problem statement, put a goal, and then initiate the
Okay. Okay, sir.
project. Can you continue?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I will close my video. I will then start sharing. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Raghu, please put it in the presentation mode.
Yes, I am. Yes. Something wrong. Okay. All right. So I hope everyone is clear with the brainstorming session now. Let me take you through the next technique, which is the thought process map, or we also call it as T map.
Raghu,
Uh,
can you please put it in the presentation mode, Raghu?
it is in presentation mode. Can you put your screen to full screen?
Full screen only.
Okay. Let me. There is not. Let me.
It is not in presentation, it is for us.
Okay. Let me. I think I'm sharing the wrong screen. Just a moment. For T map. So has anyone gone through it? Can you tell me what thought process map is? Yes, no?
No.
No, sir.
Please explain.
Okay, wonderful. All right, so this is a simple mind mapping technique. Okay. For example, today we had this problem solving training starting, right? So since morning, how did you plan your activities for this training? Can any one of you give me your thoughts?
Yeah. So first we apply for work from home. It is for my case. Then
Okay,
I arrange my day in such a way that so that I'll be at 9:15 ready for the virtual session.
wonderful,
Postponed all my meetings for today, so I'm
great,
not attending any official call for 9:30 to 5. And
great,
then yeah, get ready at 9:20 sharp to join the session.
wonderful. First of all, I must thank you to give priority for this training session and postpone all the meetings. Thanks so much. Grateful for that. And number two, coming to the actual point. So when you stated all these activities, man, how did you do it? Did you write it down on a paper?
No, I think now paper and pen are not required at the stage, so we just
Eh,
in mind we do the mapping like how we have to do.
Exactly. So that's your thought process.
But Raghu, I made it in a different way.
Yes.
In my area, power grid is too much. That is why I came to factory.
Okay.
I informed my team one week in advance. So today, 2 days I have training.
Okay.
Don't disturb me. In case of any emergency, please let me know. So
Wonderful.
I keep informed my team, and I nominated an authorized person also in case of anything. He will manage. Suppose he unable to do it, he will contact me. And I made a checklist. What all things is important, and what all things is important. What are things need to be done emergency. Some things mail reply now we can do it after the training. Like that I have planned.
Wonderful, Mr. Vimal. Again, thank you for prioritizing this training. So whatever you did, apart from the checklist, was in your mind, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
So as ma'am pointed out and as you pointed out, that's actually what you call it as thought process map,
Okay.
right? But even in thought process, in your thoughts, there can be things which are random, right? There can be things which are unstructured. For example, when you thought of, let me take the example of ma'am. So when she was planning the activities for today's and tomorrow's trainings, she would have thought of, probably look at identifying work from home as an option today, and then move all our meetings to later today, and then prioritize activities accordingly, and delegate some activities. So it is where whether it would have she would have done it in a chronological order or in random, right? Knowing what format you had done it, ma'am. So I assume it is a random. Please don't get me wrong. So I'm just taking it as an example. So assume she had done it in random and it was not in a proper structured manner, right? So if that hadn't been done in a structured manner, there could be high chances that some of the activities or tasks were missed out, right? So what if you could do this activity in a structured manner, right? So how would you do it in a structured manner? Categorize activities with respect to email, categorize activities with respect to customer responses, right? So if you could categorize all this, structure it in a chronological sequence, then there are high chances of you not missing out any tasks for these 2 days, correct? Yes or no?
Yes. But how can you categorize your phone calls?
That's something which is within your control, whether you need to put it or not. Okay, so that's how thought process map actually helps. All right. So whatever is there, yes, go ahead.
क्योंकि देख लेना उनको एलपीजी जो भी है
You are not
दे
talking.
दी
You are
नहीं वो वरना उसमें जो एलपीजी के एलएनजी क्या डलेंगे पता चले पूरा डलवा लेंगे ऐसा नहीं है
ज़्यादा पड़ गया सिखाना है आपको मुझे
एक बार इसी से शशि से बात कर लेना बोला भाई को बिलिंग में कोई इशू है तो हमारा पेमेंट में प्रोसेस में कोई दिक्कत है तो एक बार थोड़ा बात कर
okay. Can I continue?
यस सर प्लीज
Yeah. If you are not speaking, may I request you to mute your mics, please.
Open.
All right. So purpose is to identify what you know and what you don't know. Drives actions which needs to be taken. Provides record of answers and provides visual sequences. Okay. So basically, you are putting a graphical representation of the thoughts which you get in your mind, which include possibly questions which are asked and unasked, tools to be used, data to be collected, etc. When we look at it from this training perspective itself, right? When I ask you in terms of how would you,
वो हो गया
the
चार्ट
first
सर
question I asked is with
ट्रांसफॉर्मर
respect to how would you solve a problem, how what approach do you take? So when you answered all those questions,
हाँ
so those are also
कर रहे
the
हैं
process map which ran into learning. So what sort of tools you need to use, what data to be collected, what team to be involved,
मॉडल चेंज करनी पड़ेगी
etc.
क्या
And then you put those on papers in terms of how it needs to be. So that's how a thought process map basically works. So
स्पेल मॉडल रखिए वो लगवा देंगे
in that case, then you would look at things like this, right? You have a problem statement. What are the various thoughts within your mind to solve that? Let's take an example. Okay. For example, now we are planning for a vacation, right? So whenever you're planning for a vacation, you will possibly look at these various options, right? Available travel options, which destination you will go, stay and accommodations, then it can be a vacation from work. Can you work during your vacation? Recreational activities, all these, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Yes, right. So these are
Yes.
possibly the thoughts you will get while you are planning for a vacation with your family, right? So this first level of thought is called your initial stage of demand. That is also called as first level or level one thoughts. So to dig deeper, now you have various options, right? In terms of holiday destinations, in terms of travel options. Okay. Now you want to choose which holiday destination you need to go. Should you go to a beach? Should you go to a mountain place? Should you go to a resort, etc.? That is branching now again, right? From holiday destination, it's going to branch out again. From travel options, if you take, you can drive, take a road trip,
हाँ तो सबको
you
बिठाई
can
देना
take a
चाहिए
train, you can
हाँ
take a
और क्या
flight,
एक आदमी
you
को
can
नौकरी
take
ले
a
लेना चाहिए सबको
kind of caravan if it suits, etc. So all these are various travel options. So that is
लेकिन कौन सा
also
को बुलाना
branching.
चाहिए
So in that
सबको
way,
बुलाना
each of these first level thoughts can
देवराज
also
को
branch this on,
देवराज
Yes,
को
yes. Correct.
खाली
right?
Yes.
So in that case, that is called second level and third level thoughts. Okay. So this is how a simple thought can branch out into multiple things.
कहाँ पर
And for each of these, when
क्या
you
करोगे
think of it, put it on a paper,
खाली है तो
branch it
इधर आ
out
जा
again and
प्लानिंग
again into second level and
टेक्निकल
third
सेल में है
level.
तो भी देख ले
That is how you will structure your thoughts. That is how you will make sure nothing is missed out. Okay. And in future, this can translate into a checklist. This can translate into data requirement. This can translate into multiple causes. This can translate into multiple corrective and preventive actions. Clear? Yes? No?
Yes, clear. And we can have a fourth level of thought. Why can't we go with the
There is no limit.
even prepare everything?
There is no end to it unless and until you stop asking it.
Okay.
Okay. So now basic question to all of you. Thought process map and brainstorming session. What is the difference?
See, thought process map can be
Now,
different layers. I mean, there's no end of this.
mhm.
But brainstorming sessions are definite. I mean, there's a given statement, and I think it's a time bound and thought bound also. It should be. Then only it makes sense.
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
What else?
graphical presentation
Short of
clear
that
हो
is
जाता है.
Also, team app can be individuals. Whether brainstorming is for in the group or maybe
Exactly.
with the team.
Yes, yes. Thought process map is an individual effort. Brainstorming session is a team effort. Yes, very rightly pointed out. What else?
the thought process looks like a more structured compared with
Yes,
brainstorm.
very good, very good. So thought process map is within your control, within that individual's control, right? So he or she can give a structure to it, to various things which he wanted out of whatever he's thinking, he or she is thinking. Brainstorming is not a structured, it's random ideas, general ideas, related or irrelated ideas can also be coming out of a brainstorming session. So, when and how these two tools or techniques can be used, and why it should be used. Any answers?
Yeah, Bachchan.
Team app can be given before brainstorming, maybe so individual has their own ideas for particular target or objective.
Hmm. Wonderful. Yes. What else?
बन उसको
Okay. So, now as a team leader, for example, say you are required to identify a problem and solve that particular problem to a project, right? So in that case, you are a single entity. Now you have not yet formed the team, right? So you are given a problem. You need to identify the various complexities of the problem, put a team together, and then initiate a project. Correct. So in that case, the very first thing you will do is what? Thought process map, right? Because you are an individual, you have all those various expertise and skills to judge and analyze the process with respect to that particular problem, put a business case together with the help of data. So what data to get, when to get, how to get, what formats you will get, how to analyze them, is all the things you will think within a thought process map in your mind, right? And then develop the business case. Through that business case, put your problem statements and the charter, and then bring your team together, right? So the initial stage of building that particular project with a team can possibly start with a thought process map, right? And then later on, when the team is together, you want to dig deep, then you will run into the brainstorming session. Okay. So always remember, thought process map is an individual effort, and a brainstorming session is a team effort.
TPM वही है क्या थर्ड
ना
इसमें नीचे वाले
Clear?
में लिखा ना TPM सेकंड एंड थर्ड लेवल
थॉट
Yes.
प्रोसेस मैप का
But
वही है ये
different
थॉट
looking
प्रोसेस
else
मैप
from this
TPAM है TML
family is involved.
TPM की क्या होती है अच्छा टोटल प्रेडिक्टिव
टोटल
Multiple people are going for a trip, for example. Why can't be this team effort?
When it becomes a team effort, it will become a brainstorming session.
Oh, okay. Once team is involved, then it is
It's a brainstorming session. You may probably use the same structure, but it's a brainstorming session. Because you're no longer thinking of it, right? It's not only you who is thinking of it, it's the team who is thinking, it's the family who is thinking.
okay. If it is only a single person who is thinking about, for example, a senior management person is thinking about it, it's a process man.
Thought process, yes.
If the team is involved in working on it, then it will be a brainstorm.
Yes, absolutely. Good. Can I go further?
Please proceed.
Wonderful. So now we will go into Pareto analysis.
Pareto
Many
analysis.
of you looked at the business case example and already identified a Pareto. So I think most of you would be knowing, but the interest of the others, a Pareto analysis is basically a chart which is utilized for prioritizing various data sets. Data sets could be problems, could be causes, could be anything. And it was basically created by Wilfredo Pareto, and that's where the name comes from. And he actually devised a theory. He is basically an Italian economist, and he devised a theory back in those days that 80% of the wealth of society is owned by 20% of the population. Okay, so this was basically the ideology or theory which he came up with, and the same thing has been now applied into statistical and mathematical terms, stating that 80% of the problems comes from 20% of the causes. Okay, so that's why it's called the 80-20 rule. So what does it mean? It means that if we address those 20% of the causes, 80% of the issues are solved, right? So that's a big chunk, right? Big chunk of the problem is solved only with addressing 20% of the causes. And that's how the name 80-20 comes. So in statistical terms, we say that this particular tool or analysis helps us categorize the vital few from the trivial many. Okay, we will come to it when I take you through that funneling approach in the DMAT process. There is a slide on that as well. But remember this 80-20, vital few from trivial many. Okay, so that's the general principle of a Pareto chart. Okay, so now why basically this particular chart is used is it helps us prioritize the problems, gives us more focus on the key parameters. It also identifies specific causes from the multiple causes which we have, and most importantly, it is a data-driven approach. Okay, so the application of this is vast. So you can apply it in scoping out your project. You can apply it in scoping out your problem. You can apply it in prioritizing a problem. You can apply it in prioritizing multiple causes, in multiple defects, in whatsoever ways you feel like, right? So when we look at the example of that X1 model vehicle, which was having a customer dissatisfaction in the north region, right? At that particular point, if it was national level sales, then why north region was specifically identified could also have been through a Pareto chart, right? So data from all the regions, north, south, east, west, etc., could have been taken into the Pareto chart as customer satisfaction scores, and possibly north area came out as a top one in the Pareto, and that's how it was scoped. And similarly, various problems. So you could put a ton of problems into your data and identify which is the important ones which we have to work on. So this can also become an exercise for choosing projects in an organization. So that's what we used to do back in my GE days. We used to have a half yearly strategy meeting in identifying cross-functional improvement projects, right? So team related to process excellence was responsible for providing this data of identifying all the various problems with customer satisfaction scores, be it defect areas, be it repairs, be it cycle time, whatever. getting all that data together and sitting into that strategy meeting and identifying what we need to do for the next half year, right? So in that predominantly Pareto chart was used to identify and prioritize those projects,
Prioritize the
and
problem
those
है
were global projects which G used to do using this same Pareto chart, right? So that can be the impact of this particular tool in identifying things to work on or things to prioritize. Okay, so going further, I also told you in terms of the uses where we just discussed on that. So let's understand the principle of a Pareto chart. Okay, so you see it here, right? Say for example, this is a Pareto chart with respect to customer complaints in various sales zones. Okay, zone 1 to 8, I think, and various customer complaints, number of customer complaints. So you feed in this data into a Pareto chart, and probably this is how it would look. So now, for example, you wanted to scope a project in one particular region and you didn't know how to do it. In this case, this data is simple. By looking at it itself, you can identify, but there could be scenarios where there could be n number of rows of data through which you need to identify the vital few. Right? In that case, you could do this, and this is how a Pareto chart is coming. So, by the way, this screenshot has been taken from a software called Minitab. It's a since it is used as statistical software, but we could also do it in Excel. Uh, let's first understand the concept and then we will see how to do it. So, in this chart, you will see majorly two elements, right? One is the bar graphs and the other one is the line graph. Okay, it's a combination of these two. So, the bar graph basically gives the counts of the data. That is, for example, here customer complaints zone 1, 132. That's what is here. And zone 225, that's what is here, etc. And this red color line, the line graph, is basically the cumulative percentage graph. So this basically gives you the percentage of the contribution of this towards the overall data set. Alright. So now, how would you identify the vital few? Alright. Just by the look at it, you know that zone 1 is the area of concern. But you should also look at it from the Pareto principle, right? The Pareto principle says what? 80-20 rule. That is, 80% of the problems are created by 20% of the costs. So what is that 20%? That is what needs to be the focus. How do we do that? So this is a manual line I have drawn. Typically in this chart it wouldn't come. I am just showing it for your description sake. So on the
80-20.
percentage side of it, at 80%, if you draw a horizontal line which intersects to the cumulative line graph and you drop it down to the x-axis. Okay? Whatever comes to the left of this
Okay.
is your 20% of the issues. Okay? So this is where you will prioritize all the efforts.
20%
So for
of issues
example, when you are running a project now to improve the customer complaint scores, then your scope will be zone 3, zone 1, 3 and 5. Or possibly you will run 3 different projects for zone 1, 3 and 5, depending on the various causes it can encounter. Right? So that's how a Pareto chart can help you, and that's the interpretation of a particular Pareto chart for you. Any clarifications on this analytics?
Yes. चाहिए एक तो 100% ये
100% टोटल कर लिया होगा ना सर
एक
ये इनका सबको जोड़ के
Yes, no?
100% मान लिया
ना
बना दिया
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
एक काउंट
Rest of the team?
अच्छा काउंट पे बनाया
It is okay.
Good.
टोटल काउंट 400 हो रही होंगी सर इसकी
Tomorrow we will have a live workout session of how to do the create a Pareto chart in Excel. But today you just understand the concepts, and tomorrow we will look at the application part of it. Okay. So we will take a data set and we will work on it in Excel together, and see how we can create. Right. So one more example for you. Here is a Pareto chart of defects
सही आ
on a
जाएगा इतनी
ceramic
सारी कंप्लेन
utensil.
जोड़ के 400
Okay,
लेकिन
and their
80%
numbers.
उधर जा रहा था ना
So how do you
ये कह रहा
reduce
था
your
कि
confusions? Okay.
वहाँ से
So the
80%
defects
से
here,
लाइन से
type of
नीचे
defects,
वापस
scratches, chips,
उसके
cracks,
नीचे करो अब उसके लेफ्ट में
uneven
जो जो
surface,
प्रॉब्लम है
rough
वो वो
surface,
डिस्कस
others, etc. And you have your data. When you put it into a Pareto chart, and this is how it comes. Take your 80-20 line. So the top defects, since it's already also falling on chips, will be your scratches and chips. So you will run a project to reduce your scratches, and you will also run a project to reduce your chips. That will solve 80% of your issues. Okay, so that's how again a Pareto chart can be utilized. Okay, all right. Let's go further then. If there's no more clarification on this, the next technique we will learn today is
इसको लगेंगे
fishbone, it's also called as cause and effect diagram or Ishikawa diagram. Any idea what it is about? I think it's a very widely used, most commonly used tool. Any idea? I mean, can you tell me what it is?
Yeah, it is a fishbone analysis methodology, and it is objective that we should go deep dive for solution for find out the root cause of any problem. If we will find out the root cause of the problem, then we will take the appropriate countermeasure for the same.
Good. Very good. Any other thoughts? Okay, let's dig deep into it. Okay, so as you rightly pointed out, fishbone analysis is basically one of the most common tools used in an RCA activity. And what I would also like to reiterate, or rather educate you on this, is that fishbone, at the end of any fishbone analysis, you will not get your root cause. Okay, if you think that is how it is, then probably you might have to rethink about it. Fishbone analysis does not give your root cause in any way. Alright? It will give you your most probable causes. There are other tools to dig to find out the root causes. And if you are identifying any cause in fishbone and implementing improvement actions on those causes, there is a high likelihood that your problem is not 100% solved. Okay. With that, let me go to the details of the fishbone. So it's most commonly also called as cause and effect, as the name rightly points out. To every cause, there is an effect, right? There's a nail on the road, your car runs over it, there is a puncture. So, nail is the cause, puncture is the effect. So, in other terms, in terms of RCA terms, we call it as why and what. Okay, why it happened and what happened. All right. So, with this, let's dwell deep. So, fishbone analysis or cause and effect diagram basically is another type of brainstorming session. Do you agree or not?
I agree with you.
Yes. But what is the difference? Sorry? Can you repeat, please?
No, no, yes, I say yes. You have to do brainstorming. Yes.
Yes, exactly. But with unlike the brainstorming session which we learned in the morning session, what is the difference here?
Here we will categorize based on the man error, mission error, method error. We will
Wonderful.
make a categorization.
Wonderful. So that actually makes the cause and effect diagram stand out from a simple brainstorming session. What it does is identifies the output, that is the effect, gives a relation to that effect through various causes, and categorizes those causes or structures those causes in uh, 5M and E method, or we also call it a 6M method. So that categorizes in terms of machine, material, method, measurement, man, and environment. Okay. So each and every category would have various causes, which is then identified as probable causes structured towards that particular effect, and then the next stage of root cause analysis goes on. So the structure right now, or if I would rather say it as the process flow of identifying a problem and solving it, we did a charter. Before this, a charter is where we identified our problem statement, we identified our objective, we identified the business case and the team. So now the same team comes together and works on identifying the causes. Okay. So another thing you note here, between the first brainstorming session which we ran through and the cause and effect, which is a structured brainstorming session here, is that in this case, unlike the previous brainstorming session, we call all the causes as causes. What we used to call it in the previous brainstorming session? Were we calling them as causes or something else?
Observations are possible for.
Yeah, those are mostly called as ideas. Okay, in the first brainstorming session. But when we arrive at a cause and effect diagram or a fishbone, we call them as probable causes. Okay. The difference being that now you have a very well defined effect and a very well defined structure. So there are high likelihood that these can be the probable causes and not just ideas. Okay. So the effect here, which we say, is basically your problem statement. Okay. And then you will then look at it in various streams of this picture, or in terms of the causes leading to that particular
Black.
effect. Okay. Let's look at it from an example. So over here, the problem statement
कुछ भी लिया black ही लाइए
will be stated as the effect, and under each of those branches there can be multiple causes identified. Okay. Again, basic rules here, similar to how we discussed in the brainstorming session. Define the problem, organize potential root causes into categories, the six standards, team brainstorming and record all potential causes. Team then identifies 3 to 5 most likely causes based upon experience and any data available, and then identifies the likely causes that will require additional data for verification. Okay. In all these cases, please remember it is always called as most likely causes. These are not your what? Root causes. Okay. So it will only be most likely causes. We will dig deep into other areas where we will look at this in terms of actual root causes. Okay. Clear?
Okay. Yes.
Wonderful. Any clarifications so far? Yes, no?
Raghu,
Yes. Okay.
I have one doubt. And what type of scenarios this fishbone diagram?
एनवायरनमेंट भूकंप आ गया या फिर कुछ वो
Good question. So,
अनअवॉइडेबल चीजें हैं वो
let
इसलिए
me
कुछ
take
उसको
you
नहीं है।
through an example. Okay. So here we have an effect called invoice faults. This is your problem. Okay. So now you've identified your problem. You need to then look at the various causes, but at the same time categorize your causes with respect to various standardized structure, right? In terms of man, method, materials, etc. In that case, you will use your report. And let me tell you this: when your problem is well defined, and when you have a good team with data, evidential facts, then Fishbone is the best tool to use. Okay. Okay. But again, please remember that this is not the stage where you will identify the root cause. This will still be the stage where you will identify the likely causes only. We will dwell deep of how to do that to go to the root cause levels. But this is how it will be in terms of most likely causes to be identified at this stage. Okay. 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 Alright. So let me run you through with this particular invoice faults. So with respect to method of the process. Right? There can be a cumbersome process, manual data entry. With respect to man, there are all increased workload, poor technical support. With respect to equipment, inadequate printers, system incompatible, system not integrated, etc. With respect to measure, poor audit system, inadequate validation processes. With respect to material, paper quality, inadequate paper supply, environment, poor ergonomics, noisy office, etc. Okay, so imagine this scenario in each of your departments or processes and categorize them in terms of these six branches. Then there is a high likelihood that you will be
या
able
मशीन्स
to
आना
structure
चाहिए
your causes
इक्विपमेंट
well
की जगह मशीन्स
and then
5M
dig deep into what basically is your root cause of each of these issues. See, again,
M को अंडरलाइन
similar
किया
to our thought process memory, we had level 1, level 2, level 3, etc. The same thing can happen
जैसे मान
in
लीजिए
a
आपको
fishbone
एनवायरमेंट
also.
की दिक्कत आती है इसमें अगर आपको करना हो
Right?
तो
How can that happen is
आप
we call
करेंगे
it
इसका
as branching
करके
effect
दिखाऊंगा
of
तेरे
each of these causes.
को
For example, let me take one example as inadequate printers.
मैन
Right?
लगाने वाला हो
The
गया
invoice faults from equipment point
मेथड
of view
लगाने
was
मेथड
inadequate printers.
मेन से
And this can also branch
मेन के
in
ऊपर
two different
डिपेंडेंट है
ways,
मेथड
saying
नहीं सर
laser
मेथड तो
printer,
ये है
sorry, inkjet
कि
printers
हाँ
not
ठीक है
compatible.
मेजर
Or
इक्विपमेंट मेजर
another
Major
branch
गवर्नमेंट
saying
हम्म,
printer capacity not good enough.
मेजर्स में
Right?
यानी
So
कि
this is
क्या
going
होता
to
है
level 2. And it could also branch
मेजर्स
even
हो गए
further.
प्रिकॉशनरी
So
मेजर
as facilitators, when you are running this exercise with your team, encourage your team to give more thoughts to all the processes. First level
नहीं
is
मेजर्स में
encourage
जैसे
your
इसने
team to
लिखा है
give
सर इनएडिक्वेट
thoughts to
वैलिडेशन
all
प्रोसेस
the
यानी कि
various six branches.
जो मैं
That itself is a challenge.
क्रॉस चेकिंग नहीं है क्रॉस चेकिंग
I don't know if some of you have experience, but for me, when I have led teams doing recon analysis, identifying causes for some projects in each of these six were itself a problem.
तो फिर मेजर में से हमारा जैसे
Right?
क्या
The team
क्वालिटी
were,
चेक करना
would
उसका
not come up with probable causes with all the various branches. And it is not a rule for you to identify causes with all the various branches also. Okay? If you do not
मेजर
get
डाटा
any causes related
डाटा
to environment,
हाँ यानी कि जैसे मान
probe the
लीजिए
question once,
उसका
twice. If
आईडी
it is
चेक
not
करना है
coming
ओडी
out,
चेक करना
then
है
leave it out.
एमओसी में कुछ होता होगा चेक करना है
Don't force fit any causes into these branches. Okay? That's also one thing
पर
which you
फिट नहीं
have
हो
to
जाएगा उसे चेक करने कौन गया था
keep in mind
किस
as
काबिल था जो चेक
facilitators.
करने गया
That is number one. First challenge.
क्वालिटी
And
है
number
मेजर आ
two,
गया मान लीजिए
as the
आपका
next
चेक होने
activity
के
as
लिए आया
facilitators
उसकी आईडी
is
जिसने चेक
encourage
करी
the team
वो रिजेक्ट करी अब
to
कोई क्वालिफाइड नहीं था
give
मतलब मैंने किसी झाड़ू वाले को भेज दिया कि
you know
लेके जाके ऐसे
वो
ऐसे।
इसी में
sub
आता है,
causes.
इसमें आ जाता
Sub causes are nothing but the branched out causes of
नहीं
these causes.
ये तो एक चीज
Okay.
है सर ये तो हो गया
That is
लगाने
also
वाले
very
बेस गया
important.
लगाने के लिए
So
ये तो वो हुआ ना सूर्य
when
ने
you do
लगाया
that
बेस है
as
ये सही किया उसने
facilitators, it is
90
also
में
important
अब हम
that
क्योंकि यहाँ पे क्वालिटी अपनी
we
बेस
as facilitators
क्वालिटी में
should
जो
also
चेक करने गया
give
था वो आदमी
right
केवल था या नहीं
contributions
था
to the team
वो
accordingly.
चेक करके आया नहीं
Okay.
चेक करके आया
So you should not just keep asking
ये
questions of
नहीं वो भी
saying,
चीज होना
asking
चाहिए
them
पहले
that
मैंने
involves
आपको वही भेज
cause,
दिया मैं
what should be
मैकेनिकल का
the
आदमी
various
क्वालिफाइड
causes
नहीं
under
था चेक करने
what should be the various causes under
मैं
man.
तो कर ली मैंने आईडी
It
वो
should
भी
not
चेक
be
कर ली
facilitated in that
कुछ
way.
इलेक्ट्रिकल
Rather,
मैनेजर
you should then facilitate it in a manner that you
ओवर ऑडिट
also
सिस्टम
are
में
contributing to that particular activity. For example, if you are working on invoice faults, okay. So when you are looking at from the man point of view, you say low morale could be one of the causes. What do you think can be others? Right? In that way, you are not only contributing to the process, but you are also facilitating or probing questions, giving hints to the team. That is also very important. Okay. Another important thing before doing all this exercise is that you need to facilitate the team to the knowledge of the fishbowl, or not only the fishbowl, to any tool or technique which you are using with the team for solving that particular problem. It could be a Pareto, it could be a thought process map, sorry, it could be a brainstorming session, it could be a fishbowl or a Pareto. The team needs to be educated about the basics or fundamentals of that particular tool, right? So first thing, if the team is not skilled enough, you need to empower the team to know about or educate them about the tool or the technique which you are using with them. So first thing is you will run them through these slides, give them the input of cause and effect, tell them what the cause and effect diagram is, give them some examples, facilitate them, and then after they are comfortable knowing the in and out of that particular technique, then you go into that brainstorming session. Okay, that's also one very important thing. Why we do that? So yes, someone was asking.
Sir,
Yes.
in this invoice problem defined. First of all, we decide what problem in invoice is a printability, data entry, or anything other problem. If we proper describe the problem first, so we can go with a one or two words. Here is an invoice called with such 5 to 6 options.
Yes.
But
Yes.
we can first we can proper goes what is the problem, exact problem.
Correct.
We can go one or two options. So
Exactly.
we need to first start.
Yes, yes, very good. I think that's a very, very good point you have brought up. In terms of defining your effect should be as clear as possible. That's why I put here your problem statement should be clearly mentioned here, so that you and the team knows what they are working on. In this, I've just given it as a descriptive example, but this can also be very misleading, right? Invoice faults means what faults? Or what is the issue we are talking about? How much is the magnitude of the issue? No one knows, right? So there, in
Yes.
that case, there is a high likelihood that you will get many causes which are related and irrelated to the process, and there the efforts will get diluted. So thank you for bringing that point up.
Yeah.
This is also one very important thing, that you have to define your effect very, very clearly, legitimately, so that the team understands the effect of it and gives the right causes to that effect. Very well said. Thank you so much.
And Raghu, sometimes the facilitator, because the team will give the idea randomly, the process randomly, the facilitator has to fit into the correct captains. That is
Yes.
something role of the because sometimes I faced in my organization the teams will give random causes. So fitting into them is a very crucial part of this pushing back.
Yeah. That was also the next thing which I wanted to take up
Yeah.
in terms of that differentiation. Okay. The,
Okay.
fir- the first thing is first facilitate the team to know about the nitty-gritties of the fishbone. I'm talking about the fishbone here, but in general, whatever tool you are utilizing for the team's brainstorming session, that tools in and out needs to be known to the team, so that the team, gives the right input and not much time and effort is wasted. First thing. And number two is many a times there can be causes which are identified in a wrong stream. Okay. Let's say for example inadequate validation of process. Say one of your team members says inadequate validation of the process is one of the causes. So now you would probably ask the question, do you think it is under the measure stream or under the methods? Where can it be rightly placed? Right? So that sort of questions and probing needs to also be done while you get inputs. So, in other words, to encourage more interactive discussion, you could also say, if one of your team members say, for example, Pradeep says inadequate validation of the process. I, as a facilitator, will probably discuss this with Pradeep again. That's a good input, Pradeep. Validation of processes, I think, wouldn't that be part of the methods, or should it be under measure? What would be the right thing? Right? Then you are not only giving your thought, you are not only giving your opinion, but you are also creating a active discussion to make sure that you put it in the right place. Right? In that case, then it will be more effective in terms of the communication and inputs you will get. See, again, you should also be very, very cognizant of this point that irrespective of the causes, the implementation of corrective or preventive action will vary based on which branch you put that cause into. Okay. For example, let me take this inadequate validation process itself as an example. If I put it under the method, right, and if you say that it is likely to be put under method, then your corrective action will be on the method. It will be on the process. But if the same thing is under measure, then the corrective action will be on something which is going to be measuring that particular process, not on the process itself. Okay, so you as team leaders and facilitators need to take that right decision of how and where these can be fitted based on your process and based on your expertise and skills on how this can be dealt with. Okay, so you need to have that forethought of if a particular cause has been identified under one branch, how can that corrective action or preventive action be implemented? Okay, you have to keep that thought, but you should not communicate that to the team because at this stage you are only identifying the probable causes, not the root causes. So if you are not identifying the root causes, then the implementation should not also be coming into the picture. But for you as a team leader and facilitator, you need to have a broader point of mind to visualize the whole thing till the end. Okay, are you getting the point? Okay, that visualization should be there with you from end to end. Only then you can bring the best out of the team. The team will give their inputs no matter what. But whether it is a value added input for you as a project owner is what you have to think of.
One more point, Raghu. Many times you can see the skill of the person है ना, cost and effect है.
या एलिमिनेट होते चले जाएंगे सब चीजें कि भैया हमारा टेक्निक नहीं है मेथड सही है तो वो आगे मशीन पे फंस गया मशीन में अब उसी में घुसेगा
फिर 100 का पॉइंट मिल जाएगी इसका आप कितना पॉइंट है पर्सन वो पॉइंट के हिसाब से
Yeah,
पैसा बनेगा
I completely agree with
आप देखो 80% का कहाँ से देंगे
I completely agree with you on this. See, I have worked with three different companies for the last 20 years, and whenever it comes to man, right,
yes
I can tell you it is very, very challenging to put corrective actions to it.
डाटा बहुत जरूरी है उसके
First of all, see again, this is why I am telling you the mindset plays a very major role here,
मुझे पता ही
right? So,
मैंने ऐसे मिल गया
first thing is when it comes to the man, most common causes which according to my experience will fall in that category, correct me if I'm wrong, is three. First thing is him not following the instructions. Number two is unskilled, not skilled enough, poor training, and number three is low motivation. Okay. Directly or indirectly, anything related to man will fall in these three categories.
Sir, your voice, yeah, hello, hello, Raghuji, your voice is not clear. Can you repeat this? What is the main regarding the main analysis?
Okay, let me first point. So when it comes to man, right, it basically falls in three categories. First is with respect to him not following the instructions or SOPs.
Not following the SOPs.
Number two, not following SOPs. Yeah.
Without technical knowledge.
Number two is not trained enough or skilled enough. And number three is low motivation. Most of the time, directly or indirectly, the causes will be related to these three categories only in man, according to my experience and you. Maybe it is different or I'm wrong.
Yeah, you are 100% right.
So, so that's a very challenging thing to address. If it unfortunately becomes one of your root causes, then it's a big program by itself in the organization.
Yeah. If the person is more close with the management, then it will go much more difficult.
So yeah, so those are things which are
गोविंद वाला साठ हजार तो ले लो जैसे 60,000 में किसमें डला तो गोविंद वाला अप्रूवल आ गया उसको तो 60,000 कर लो कैसे 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 कर लो
क्या कर रहा है
okay. So that's how it is. And again, you need to
सिक्स में जब डालोगे ना तो उसको बिल में सब डालना है ना विकास
बिल्कुल टाइम जनरल में नहीं होना चाहिए मैं क्यों नहीं हूँ उसका बनाना चाहिए
चंदन जी अनम्यूट कर लो
मैंने कहा क्या है ये ऊपर
जाओगे
वाला
चंदन जी अनम्यूट कर लो अरे उसका मेरे सारे को चार हजार पैसे का तो फिर क्या चंदन जी म्यूट करिए
okay. Can I continue?
Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful. So yeah, so that's those are things which you need to look out for when you are facilitating a fishbone analysis. Okay. We will dwell deep into another exercise of fishbone analysis tomorrow, where we will practically take up a scenario and work on it. Okay, to look at how we can, see the various dynamics involved within this tool. But I can tell you, if it's done right, there's no better tool than this. That's why I can vouch that more than 80-85% of the processes in our industries today use the fishbone as the most commonly utilized tool for any RCA. If you talk about root cause analysis, fishbone will be there. But the another unfortunate thing or the flip of the coin is that most of the problem solving approaches or root cause analysis or any project improvement projects also fails because of fishbone analysis, not done right. Okay, so these points, whichever we discussed right now, please keep it in mind whenever you are facilitating this particular tool with your team, and make sure you get the right value out of it. When done right, it is one of the most beautiful and effective. And also, another thing I'm again repeating myself is at the end of the fishbowl, please do not think that you have arrived at your root cause. This is not your root cause. This will be a probable cause only, and the root cause is going to be digging deeper. So we will look at those tools on how this can proceed further into a root cause analysis after our lunch break. Okay. So I think it's the right time for us to break for lunch. Before that, do you have any clarifications of all that we learned since morning? Hello. Yes, tell me. Apart from we have other tools also.
क्या भैया था
Like,
एक पैक
similar to
145 पे आना है
this,
145 पे आना है ना एक बजे से 45
apply.
जाओ
हम रूट को एनालिसिस
Yes.
करेंगे
So YY analysis is a continuation of fishbone. So that is another tool we will
वो
learn
यहीं छोड़
post
के
lunch.
उसको बोल समझते हैं
And that is also an analysis which will basically help us arrive at the root cause. Okay. Okay. And after that, we will also see at cause and effect
वाले खिलाएंगे
matrix
मंगवा
on
रखा
how
होगा
that can
बीकानेर
be
से
utilized. And the same tools we will
सुना नहीं
tomorrow
है
in terms of the practical applications of it. Okay. Okay. So yeah, the analysis is part of this program. We will study that further. So after lunch, I will.
पैंचर वाले सारे
अभी तो आधी भी नहीं हुई स्लाइड है
हाँ
क्या हुआ
आज भी है कल भी है 2 दिन है हमारा ये
स्लाइड आधी भी नहीं
Any other clarifications, Steve?
I'm still not sure how to use fishbone.
यस कौन किसने
Okay.
बताया
We will take it up as
आई एम नॉट
for
श्योर
tomorrow.
बस उसको समझ में नहीं आया
So maybe we'll be able to visualize that more. But to be specific, is there something you want to you are not following to be specific, or how can I help you in that?
So, for example, if I have a problem, I need not to use all of them. That's what one thing what you've told. What I've understood, maybe I'm wrong.
Yes.
But we have to find likely causes in this chart number, right?
Yes. So, if I can understand what you're trying to
अभी बोल तो
ask
रहे
is in terms of
कह दे कि
the
जाओ
fishbone we really used
Yes.
and follow the
Yeah. Isn't it like very complex or sometimes it's very small problem?
yes, see,
सबसे
whatever we are
चिल
discussing today in
डिपार्टमेंट
terms of the problem solving techniques,
तो अपने आप ही कर
if I may call it, is a basket of tools. Okay, so these can be utilized all together as a cluster or utilized individually depending on the complexity of a particular problem. There can be simple instances where a problem can be solved in a brainstorming session or even a thought process. Or there can be instances where it needs to be dug deeper to identify the actual problem or the actual cause and then implement solutions to it, which may or may not be a team effort
They have to
or
do.
a cross-functional team effort. Okay. So depending on that complexity, and then decide which tool to be used. It's left to you. So I, as a facilitator, have a bunch of tools in my basket, and I can throw out whichever I want, depending on the scenario. So what I, as a trainer today, am doing is to make sure that you are aware of these tools and techniques at your disposal.
बढ़ गया बड़ा
And at the end of the day,
मैं
you as a facilitator or a team leader or a project manager for an RCA team can decide which of these tools can be
आसपास ही
most
होंगे ना
effectively used
डाउन को ना
with
करो
respect to value addition and give
नुकसान
for
कर
your
बता छोड़ दिया नुकसान ही
effective
नुकसान
problem solving. Right?
सक्सेस के
So,
बाद
how it is.
Now it's more clear. Okay, there
छोटे
are
से
some
बड़ा
tools and
वापस
techniques
छोटे वही
available.
है फंसा
It
हुआ
depends on my complexity. I have to use
म्यूचुअल फंड
which
का
one I
वही
would
मेरा
like to. It's not necessary
यानी
to go
पागल
through
होते हैं
like fishbone for each and
ये
every
उसी में
problem
है
because
टॉप
might not be
म्यूचुअल
that
फंड में लगा मेजर
complex to use such a complex tool.
अल्ट्राटेक में कर देना
Absolutely.
केबल के
So
बिजनेस
it's
है
left
अल्ट्राटेक
to the
जब ये सारे मेरे
timings of the
यहाँ
project which you are
केबल
working
का
on.
देते हैं
So you can pick and choose whichever you want based
तो आज ही
on
का तो सोलह
the complexity. But you need to follow the structure.
उसमें भी
That's
मेजर
more
नहीं
important.
म्यूचुअल फंड में मेजर
Mr. Raghu, one thing. Hello.
Yes, tell me.
मेजर पैसे होंगे सारा
First of all, tools and other things are secondary.
वो समझ
First
नहीं
of
आ
all,
रहा है तो कर लो
we write down the problem in a proper
मना
manner.
कर रहा है
Yes.
So we can solve our 80%
मोटर फ्री है
problem because we write down the problem and how to problem actual. So we can going from forward and reverse direction in the process.
Yes.
We can write down and then after we can use how to resolve it with the Pismon or YY analysis.
Yes.
First of all, we write down the problem in a proper manner.
Absolutely.
What is we can solve the problem in a 80%, and after that we use the how to solve the YY or Pismon or any other.
Yeah, absolutely.
Am I right?
Yes, absolutely. So, in the initial phase of today's training, that's why I spent more time in defining the problem. Right? Our problem is looked at what's the definition of a problem and how do we arrive at a problem statement. Right? So that is most important and vital for part of your process or whatever RCA journey you are going to take. So it is widely said within the quality community that a problem statement well defined solves half of your project. Okay, so it's that important. So when you arrive at a well defined problem statement itself, that means half of your issue is solved. And the next half is utilizing these tools and techniques and getting to the arriving to the solution. That's it. Okay. How many levels? There is no limit to the levels as such, but typically, I don't know, there's no rule to stop at a certain level. But in my experience, I've seen that in one or two levels, it doesn't go beyond that. Okay. Okay.
स्क्रीन रिकॉर्डर पर
Okay. Any other clarifications? Yes, no?
एक घंटा
Okay, sir.
ठीक है
Discuss it.
Okay.
After lunch.
Great. Take more lunch. Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Same problem in multiple locations. Again, this environment may vary. For
Yes.
problem is same, but locations are multiple. One location in Mumbai, another location in Malaysia, Singapore. How can we do this?
See, for example, this again depends on the scope of your project. Okay, that's why scope plays a major role.
Okay.
Okay, so whenever you are doing your fishbone, it is with relevant to that particular problem statement with respect to that scope. Scope may also be the boundaries of geographical locations you are working with.
Okay.
Okay, so with respect to that particular scope, maybe there can be different environments playing. Okay, for example, say your process is very environmental sensitive. Okay, so when you are manufacturing a particular product in southern part of India, the environment may be different. When you manufacture it to the northern part of India or anywhere out of India, the environment may be different. So the atmospheric humidity, temperature, whatever can vary. If it is controlled, then well enough. But if it is uncontrolled, then those also can may play a factor as a probable causes. Okay. So the scope defines those root causes or the causes whichever you identify through those environmental efforts. And there is also one important thing I'd like to say is whenever you are identifying causes with respect to environmental branches, right? These can also be stuffs which cannot be under your control. For example, temperature and humidity. Of course, you could have a controlled environment facility, but if that is not within the business case, then that can also play a major role. In that cases, where the environmental entities are not under the process control, those we call it as noise factors. Okay. In statistics, noise factors means something which is uncontrollable, which is beyond the capacity of the process to control. Why we are still listing them? Probably we are listing them because those can be a cause which can lead to variation in your process. Okay, and why we need to mention them if we cannot control them? We need to mention them even though if we cannot control them directly, we can negate them so that the process does not depend on that. So maybe your process may require a redesign, your product may require a redesign, so that the environmental factors playing a role can be minimized as much as possible. Right? So those are different scenarios where environmental issues can be solved.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other clarifications?
When to come back after lunch?
You tell me. You need 45 minutes, 1 hour.
Convenience of all participants.
Actually, you know what? I'm actually surprised. Even though we are 65 members here, the session of fishbone analysis comes post lunch in many of my other training sessions. This means that you are all, either very competent, or it means that I am, able to run you through those concepts easily because you are already knowing about it. So either which ways, I think this is, even though it's a big group, you are really competent is what I would say in terms of getting these concepts digested. So as a resultant of this, I think we will close the session soon today.
Ravi will come back by 2, okay?
Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, 2 o'clock is okay for everyone.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay.
2 o'clock is fine.
Okay, great. Thank you. See you at.
Thank you.
चाहिए तो। तो ऐसा नहीं था, फिशबोन बना के फिर वापस उल्टा चलना चाहिए, जैसे मान लिए
वही
वाई
है।
वाई एनालिसिस होगी,
इसके
या
बाद
फिर
करने की जरूरत है, वो बोल तो रहा है कि
पहले
आप
ये करो।
ये प्रबल काउज हो सकते हैं। अब इसके
अच्छा।
बाद आप
फिर
दूसरा
फर्दर
एनालिसिस करिए।
ये लोग कौन कौन मारते
और भी नीचे है,
हैं, वो नीचे आते हैं,
नीचे आ रहा है।
फिर या हेड ऑपरेशन आर्यन यादव, पंकज चौहान, मुकेश, नेहा शर्मा, क्या बंद हो गया?
नेहा शर्मा तो वो है।
स्टॉप करो, हाइड हो गया, चलने दो, ऐसे बाद में स्पीचेस हो गया। यहीं बैठोगे क्या? चलो
ऑफिस में जाऊंगा, देखें घर कहाँ जाएंगे अभी।
ये 5 नंबर का जो PRD 6 करना है, उसकी पैटर्न इंडियन करो, वही कर रहा हूँ। हाँ, शेड्यूलर बनानी है। अच्छा, और उसका जो पंखा पंखा तो लगा दे।
Hello. Meeting will start or no?
Yeah.
Meeting
There is another 6 minutes. We are.
मैंने सोचा कि मतलब नहीं कुछ दिख नहीं रहा है कुछ प्रॉब्लम
Okay, then we are
Okay, okay. 2 बजे शुरू करें.
okay. So.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so post lunch session. I tell this in all my training sessions. The most challenging phase of any trainer in a training, you know what? Do you know what it is?
Keeping okay the trainees in after post lunch, after having lunch.
Yes, keeping myself awake and keeping all of you awake.
Good, good.
Okay, I'm not sure if everyone is back. All of you who are back, can you please raise your hands? Okay, I did. Balananand, Hari, Jagdish, Kengur, KK, Manoranjan, Mirza, Niranjan, Prabhu, Satish Kumar, Himanshu, what about the rest? I think only 20% of us are here. Let's give a few more minutes and then we'll start. Okay. Ananya, hi. DCM Sriram Industries, is there a team of you sitting there or is it a one individual?
Sir, we are two persons, Mr. Pratik and myself, Mukesh Tulasyan, sitting at
Okay.
one place.
Jagdish Chandra, hi. Okay. We'll give a hard stop at 2:05 and I will start sharing my screen. Okay. Okay, 2:05. So let's start. All right. So I'm just sharing my screen. Please let me know when you can see it.
हेलो, वाइब्रो की मोटर इंडेंट होगी?
Can you all see my screen?
यार आप लोग थोड़ा टाइम से
Yes.
कर
No.
दिया करो भाई,
Yes.
किसी में फंसा दोगे
Yes,
आप।
Prabhu.
Wonderful. So, post-lunch sessions as a
बात
tradition
तो
for
की
me,
इंडेंट करने की।
I start with brain teasers just to bring you all
हाँ क्या
back to speed.
क्या?
So, let's go through some question answer sessions, fun stuff, and answer them.
अपने में ही करना, हम इंडेंट
Take
करेंगे
this
तो
5
मिल वाले तो
minutes
हो गया ना बात।
period and
उसके
then
बाद
we'll
में
go
बात हुई
into
थी कि
the
इंडेंट
topic.
कर दो।
Can we do it?
जब खड़े थे हम बाहर तभी।
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Prabhu.
Yes.
उसको आज इंडेंट बना के दे दीजिएगा।
First question. A man walks into a bar
या अमन को बोलो बना के
and
दे।
asks the bartender a glass of water. The bartender pulls out
कैपिटल
a
में।
gun and points it at him. Why?
A man walks into a bar and asks the bat-
Why?
Batner a glass of water. The Batner pulls out a gun and points it. Why?
The man may be a thief.
No.
Batender.
Think.
He should have asked.
Because it is a bartender. Why is asking water?
No.
Because this is wrong.
No.
Sorry.
Because this is wrong to ask for water.
You should ask alcohol to a bartender. Okay, but still a wrong answer.
Bartender was not the actual bartender.
No. What else?
Because the proper counter is walking in the way. If he can go the counter and say proper way, not in a walking.
No. Wrong answer. You give up?
So it may be water gun.
No. You give up? You want to know the answer?
Yeah.
The man had hiccups. So the bartender wanted to shock him to stop his hiccups. Do you know hiccups?
HT, yes, HT.
Yes. वो बंद करने के लिए बंदूक दिखाए. Okay, next question. We'll go to the next one.
Yeah.
Two girls were born to the same mother on the same day, at the same time, in the same year. However, they are not twins. How can that be? And two girls were born to the same mother, एक ही माँ की बच्चे हैं, on the same day. On the same day they were born, at the same time, in the same year, but they're not twins.
Same day and time, same day and time होना चाहिए था.
Same day and time, same mother है, same year भी है.
Same. Maybe they're triplets instead of twins.
Yes, correct. They are set of triplets, so there were three of them. Very good. Good, good, good. You want to know the next question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
A blind beggar had a brother who died. Okay. What relation was a blind beggar to the brother who died? Brother is not the right answer. You want to repeat again?
Sister.
Sister.
The blind beggar was a sister. Very good, very good. Okay, last one. What comes once in a minute, twice in a minute, but never in 1,000 years?
Once in a minute, twice in a minute.
What comes once in a minute, twice in
Double M.
Sorry?
M.
Yes, very good. Awesome. Very good. So yeah, that's nice. Good that most of you have answered the most of the questions. Typically, I don't get answers to these. Very good. Good team here. All right. Shall we go to the actual presentation then?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good.
Raghu, I like to share one good cause analysis which happened in our organization regarding to this environment.
Yes,
Can you share
yes.
it now?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Actually, we have met a multinational company. We have factories across the globe. We developed one product in Italy. Okay. Italy and the product is supplied to across the globe, Europe.
Okay.
And we import the product and we try it to our customer. Okay. But the product is becoming a cake. It is not fit for the product, it is becoming a cake. Initially, we thought that we are same product they supply total Europe, why it is coming to India? Becoming baking and it is not working, product is not working. Then the R&D team they start working on it. Okay, to do some adjustment in the product, still the product became baking. After long discussion and study, one of the night shift operator working in the Italy plant, he told here the temperature is different in India, temperature is different.
Environmental factors.
Yes, but the people they are working on changing the formula, discussing about the new equipment. One of the night shift operator, is a Buddha fellow, he is going to retire in another 6 months or 7 months.
Okay.
He told, sir, in Italy we have a different weather and maybe check about that. Later, the R&D team they come to the conclusion that because of weather conditions, the body became sick.
Wonderful.
Just imagine, he's a Buddha fellow going to retire in another 6 or 7 months. He's a night shift operator. He told that thing. Later, the government team they started working on it and now we stopped the product itself because it is not working on climate conditions.
Okay. See how simple you can get a solution if you don't involve the right team members. This is what will happen.
Whereas they think about new equipment, they are thinking of new combination and that is simple logic is easy.
Yeah.
The temperature will be below 25. In India, even in Chennai, just take a Chennai, you don't have winter at all. And then
Yes.
how this combination sometimes lasts.
Yeah, true, true, very true.
This is a
Yes.
recent incident happened some 5 to 6 years back.
Wonderful. Good. That's a very good example of how to choose the right team members in your project. Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Vinod, for sharing it.
Welcome.
All right. So, can we start?
Yes.
Wonderful. Wonderful. So, okay, I will shut down my camera to save the bandwidth. All right. So, fishbone we just did. So, can we recollect what we did since morning quickly? Where did we start from?
बताओ मॉर्निंग से क्या किया हमने?
Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, yes. Start from the problems and types of problems identification.
Yes.
Then we discuss about tools, brainstorming, process mapping,
Yes.
and discuss about different cause and effect diagram.
Yes. Another tool. 80-20.
Parallel.
Very good, very good. So, any clarifications whatsoever since the morning session? Yes, no,
Yes, I think all clear.
very good, very good. Super. So let's go forward then.
Yeah.
So as I told you, so now at this stage when we are now, looking at the fishbone, right, we are most likely at a stage where we have identified or filtered out the most probable causes. Okay. So this is also called the funneling approach. I will take you through that slide in later part today. It's called a funneling approach. All right. So initially, what we did was we put my camera on.
The new slide is not being shared yet.
No, I haven't started it yet. So I'm just giving you some background. Can you all see me?
Yes, they are visible.
Yes.
Uh,
Yes, yes.
Just to recollect on the approach which we are taking, right? Through this method of problem solving approach, structured approach, we are trying to, drill down to the most important stuffs, which are very high contributing factors to a problem, whichever we are dealing with. Okay, this is also called a funneling approach. So we have trivial many, right? We have filtered it down through brainstorming and Pareto, and then further filtered them down to fishbone. Right at this stage, we are at a stage or a point in time of the project that we now are certain about a few causes which we know that have a high probability towards affecting the process and creating that particular problem which we are talking about. Okay, what happens next once we come to the bottom of the funnel is that now we have to take out all those important ones, whichever has been identified through the fishbone, and drill them deeper, right? As I told you, at this stage, even though we are at the bottom, we are not at the root cause yet. Okay, we are still at the most probable causes only. So to arrive at the root cause, we then use another technique called the 5Y technique. Okay, so that's what we will be going through right now. Okay, any idea what a 5Y is?
five.
Wise. Why?
I have an idea. We have to discuss among the team and ask why.
Yes, correct.
So,
So
but it is also not necessary that we should have only 5 bytes, only it could be more or less also.
yes, yes,
Why?
yes, yes. It could be just a 2Y or it could be 6Y, 7Y or N Y also.
Yeah.
Right? So why 5Y then is the question. So typically, in most of the experiences, it is said that by arriving at the fifth why, you would have already found the actual root cause. Okay, but the ideology is to keep asking whys until you get a answer.
Solution. Result.
Answer. So there is no solution or result at this stage.
Unless we come to a system or a process which will enable us to find a solution.
Yes, I can tell you that, but look at it this way. You will keep asking why, not the number of whys, but why questioning the processes until you fail to get an answer to the last why.
Yeah, so that is what unless until we get to a system or a process.
Yeah, it may be a system process or whatever. Right?
Yeah.
We technically call it the root cause. So the buck stops there, right? So when you fail to answer a question of why at a particular stage, That is actually your root cause. Okay, so that's how 5i basically works on, and it's a very effective tool in terms of getting to the root cause, and simple also. So in here we are arriving at the root cause, and 5i is one of the techniques which is
रोड को मिल गया
basically
ना
to
प्रॉब्लम पहुंच गई उन्होंने
identify
उधर
that,
वाई वाई एनालिसिस
and
नहीं
that
है
is what we will be learning. Just for the interest for you to
प्रॉब्लम कॉज पता होगा तो
dig deeper, there are
देखते हैं अभी
other
क्या बताता है
pieces as well like theory, design of experiments,
नंबर ऑफ कॉज को शॉर्टलिस्ट
SWOT
करना है
analysis,
रूट कॉजेज निकाल लिए
capability
नंबर ऑफ
analysis,
वाइज ज्यादा आ
etc.,
जाएंगे
ANOVA, etc. So let's not go into that. So let's keep it to 5i. So 5i is most commonly and used and effective also. Yes. Okay.
Raghu, what about FMEA?
FMEA, well, I would say FMEA is something which can identify your corrective and preventive actions.
एफ एम ई
We
एफएमई कोई
have a
टूल होगा सर मेरे
specific
को
chapter on
कोई
FMEA
और टूल है
right
एफएमई
after
के
this.
एफ एम ई
We will do that anyway. But typically, FMEA is not a tool to be used for root cause
एफएमई
analysis, but a tool to be used to identify preventive okay. Different,
सतंदर कुमार
uh,
फिर से सतंदर विश्व
guidelines for brainstorming session and fishbone analysis, etc. There are certain stuff which you need to prepare for doing a 5i analysis also. Okay, like as is in your screen.
Sir, now I have got a doubt, sir.
Yes, please go ahead.
Regarding this affinity diagram, sir, after collecting this possible perspective, we also can categorize this into an affinity diagram. Or what is the difference between this component and the affinity diagram?
Affinity diagram is something which is used as secondary brainstorming session.
पता है ना इस
Okay,
सब तो
we will do that exercise
ये बोल रहा
tomorrow. We
है
have
ना
an
एफएनईटी
exclusive exercise on affinity diagram tomorrow to make you understand it better. But just to give you an indication of what it is that it's an extended part of a brainstorming session. Okay, so that comes at the very initial stage of your project. It wouldn't be helpful if you use affinity diagram at this stage, because at this stage, as I told you, we've already funded
कल
it out,
लैपटॉप हो चाहिएगा
right? We have figured out everything. So we have tried some vital
लैपटॉप
few.
और चाहिएगा
Yeah,
एक्सेल
yes,
शीट
I
करा
got the point, but the main
अच्छा अच्छा
the reason asking the question is that whether we need to, after collecting this possible process only, we need to go for the affinity diagram or the
No,
fishbone
no.
diagram.
Affinity diagram is much before your fishbone and 5i analysis. Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is a brainstorming session which can be used much before a fishbone analysis or alternate to your fishbone analysis. We will look at it tomorrow. Okay, I will give you some case studies where we will work out, and we will also do a virtual brainstorming session tomorrow on some of these tools for you to understand it. Okay, can I go further?
Yes.
Okay, so coming back to the preparations of 5i, any 5i must address two different problems at the same time. Okay, the first part related to the yes.
You don't see your screen, actually, we are seeing the other screen.
Okay, I don't know why that's happening. Just a moment.
चलो
Okay, can you see the presentation screen now?
Yes, right now. Now it is.
Okay, thank you for the feedback. Okay, alright. So,
Screen is not visible now. It was there, but it is missing. Probably.
is everyone facing the problem? Screen not visible?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
So I should do a following approach for this also. Something wrong with my screen sharing.
You have to identify the problem root cause first.
Of course, yes. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Yes.
Visual.
Okay, so with respect to the preparations, first thing is ask five whys. Any five why must address two different problems at the same time. The first part is related to the process that is made that defective. Okay, that is why it is made. The second one must address the detection system that was not able to detect the defective part before it became a problem. Why not detect it? Okay. Typically, this is how it will start, but don't go by this as a rule. Okay. So
Why
most of
made?
the time, this 5i generally can also be applied on a problem statement directly. But in our case, specifically with respect to problem solving approach or a root cause analysis, we will ask why did that cause occur first? Okay, why it is not detected or whatever. It depends on which area of the fishbone it comes from. We will take that in detail when we do the exercise. By the way, there is a full-fledged exercise on this as well tomorrow. Okay, we will start with a fishbone. We will take a problem of your liking. We will do a fishbone. We will dig deep from the fishbone to a 5i and then take it to the root cause level. Alright, we will do that tomorrow as an exercise. But today let's just understand the concept behind it. So after that, even though the discipline is called 5 it's not always necessary to reach 5 before the root cause of the problem is explained as I told you. So it can be just 2 whys or maybe 6 or 7 or 8 whys, whatever.
Yes, sir.
It will stop at the point where you fail to
Yes, sir.
answer the next question. Right? So that is your end point. It may be 5 or it may be 10 or it may be just 2 also.
सुरेश को ही भेजता हूँ सर
Okay, so
गाड़ी
as a
कौन
thumb
देगा
rule, it is
एक बार
5.
आर्या जी को बता दीजिए
Alright, any clarifications in this slide, please? Alright, let me
No.
ट्रांसफार्मर
Okay. So you should always ask the full question, including the problem or cause behind it. Okay. So if there is a problem with labeling, you should ask why the parts were labeled incorrectly, so that it is very clear, legitimate, and explains the issue as detailed as possible. If the answer is unreliable database, ask why the database was unreliable. Okay, so that's how it has to be questioned. It's not like, say for example, a problem was with labeling. We will say why there is a problem with labeling. You should know what the basic issue is, what parts were labeled incorrectly, etc. Okay, so that's how you will basically ask questions in terms of getting the 5i more effectively utilized.
हेलो
सर मुकेश बोल रहा हूँ
Okay, let's go further.
हेलो
So
हेलो
now let's understand
आवाज आ रही है
each of
सर
these whys, right? From first why to the fifth why.
मैं कह रहा था वो लाला जी के यहाँ
So the
भेजा
first why,
दीजिए
clear statement of the reason for defect or failure to
तो क्या
occur
बताया सर, अभी
understood
लाला जी का फोन आया आपको?
even by people that is not familiar with the operation where the problem took place. Okay. Often the first why must be short, concise sentence that plainly explains the reason. Okay. And the
इधर
second
शेयर कर
one,
दो
second
और
why
अभी
is a
कैसे
more
करना होगा ये
concise
बताओ.
explanation to support the first statement. Okay. This is where you will get into technical details in terms of explaining the branch of several different
नहीं
root
वो
causes
तो ठीक है, लेकिन अभी
and
वही
what will
टेम्पररी
be the
बेसिस कुछ तो देना
basic
पड़ेगा.
technicalities behind this, etc. Okay. If you have evidential data, that can also be utilized, saying that
ट्रांसफॉर्मर हो जाएगा यहाँ से.
there were certain X and X customer dissatisfaction scores at this particular region. Why did that happen, etc. At the second one. The third one is where you should be careful
या
and not
जब
jump
तक
into conclusions.
हाँ कोई रिपेयर,
So you should follow the
जब तक
regular
रिपेयर होगा
process.
तब
The
तक कोई
same
ये
question should
लगाकर
be
चलाना
asked. But
पड़ेगा.
again, the third is very critical in terms of the successful transition. Okay. So this is where a transition will happen between the obvious and not so obvious questions. Alright. So this is also very important. And the fourth why should be very clear to your mind in terms of the preconceived explanations, right? So it should not be preconceived. That means your question, even if you are answering to a particular question, it should not be a predetermined question. That means you should not be knowing the answer of fourth why while you are answering the third why itself. That's how it should be. And it's always a good practice to include all the five M's at this stage. So see again, this is a guideline, but do not go to it as a rule. In some cases, you may not be requiring the five M's here as well, but this is a guideline. You can consider that also at the fourth why. And finally, coming to the fifth why, you will then arrive at the final likelihood of the systemic cost. So when this is addressed, then you will have come across the entire process and detect areas that are under the same situations. And fifth why when it ends, most often it will be actually your root cause. And as Madam rightly pointed out, this could be most often a systemic cause that is related to the system of the process. Okay? Any clarification so far? Yes, no?
No.
Okay. Great. So, as a conclusion, how will you check if your 5i has been executed in the right way? Okay. When your 5i is executed in the right way, if you put it in this manner displayed in your screen, then it should all make sense. That means it should make one complete sentence. Okay. So if you frame it in this manner, right? Problem description. First is a problem statement. Occurred due to fifth why. This was caused by fourth why. Mainly because third why was allowed by second why, and this led to first why. Okay. We will look at it when we work on this tomorrow. But when you put it in a sentence or format of this sort, then it should really make sense. Okay? Clear?
Clear. Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Alright, so that is more or less about 5i, though it is a quick chapter to conclude, it is also equally very effective and value adding to our root cause analysis journey. So it's really important on how we take the structure forward, starting from our fishbone analysis to the 5i. And that's why I'm emphasizing again that we will do a workout on this tomorrow for to understand the nitty-gritties mostly in detail. Okay. So with that, we'll jump to the next chapter, which is the failure mode and effect analysis. This is our also called as FMEA, failure mode and effect analysis. Any idea what this is about? Am I audible? No. Okay. All right. So when we looked at the approach, right, we saw the various ways we can drill down to our root cause. Okay. So now assume we have defined the problem statement, initiated a project, did all those various exercises of finding out the vital few from the trivial many, and now at the stage when we've identified the root cause uh, and we are going to implement the corrective or preventive action. That is where FMEA, failure mode effect analysis, will kick in. And this is, I would say, a project by itself. It is that vast. Very, very important tool in product life cycle, starting from design to process to customer itself. Okay, there are various stages. Let's go through that. So FMEA is basically a step-by-step approach for identifying all possible failures in a design, a manufacturing, or an assembly or a process. Okay, there are various things which we will look into, but majorly two things which stand out is by, as the name suggests, failure modes and effects. Okay, what are failure modes? What are failure modes?
What all the this one, problems or errors lead to the failure, leads to the failure.
Yeah. Okay. What else?
Whether it will affect the end customer or end user. The-
Yeah. Okay. So failure mode, by definition, is the initiation point of a problem. Okay. It's where a problem might occur or a failure might happen. For example, errors, defects, all these are failure modes. Okay. And what are effects? What are effects?
Effect means is a damage to product in how many percentage is a minor, major, or critical.
Hmm. Hmm. So effect is the consequence of that failure, correct? In defect.
Yes.
How bad or good that particular failure can be with respect to the process or customer or okay. So
Yeah.
these are the major things we will dwell into in a FMEA. But that's not all. There is even more details in a FMEA which we will learn through the further slides. Any clarification so far in the definition, etc.
Uh, can you redefine the FME or the application of FME?
Yeah, we will go through that application of FMEA in the next slides. But understand what is there as definitions right here in this particular slide, so that we can, take it deeper. Because see, this is something which is very, very important, and it's a widely used tool. So we need to understand the concept behind it as detailed as possible for us to go. So, just to give you another definition of FMEA, failure mode effects analysis, is that it is a approach or a systematic approach, I would say, which is predefined in a structural format, which takes us through starting from a failure mode, that is the initiation point of a failure, identifying its effect and magnitude of effect or consequences on a product or a customer, and also identifying the causes and their controls within the same format. Okay, so that's FMEA. So let's look at it in terms of what it can do or the purpose of FMEA, right? So it improves quality, reliability, safety, etc. Reduces your product redevelopment time and cost. It's a live document to track actions taken to reduce risk. It aids in development of robust controls, etc., etc. Okay. In this slide, I would also want to recollect what we saw in our earlier slides when I showed you the systematic approach of problem solving, right? The bottom two was something which I also reiterated there, that is also equally important. What were those two? Can you recollect? There were like a 12-step process in which it ended into something, starting from a problem to identifying improvements, implementing improvements, and then what? Can you recollect that slide?
No, no.
No. Okay. Let me bring that slide up for you then.
Please.
This one. Okay. Maybe I can take you through this one, systematic approach. Yeah. So in this step-by-step process, after you've improved and implemented an improvement action, the last two is what? Most important one is, can you see my screen?
Standardize.
Standardize and do. Right? So this is where our FMEA will play a major role in a problem solving flow. Okay? So what the FMEA will help us do is to standardize the process, and it will also help us the conclusion that we started from a problem or a failure mode. We identified the effect of it, we identified the causes for it, we put controls to the causes or implemented improvement actions and closed those causes uh, uh, for it not to recur again, and the cycle continues. Okay, so this is how the FMEA will help us in standardizing and concluding a particular product. Okay, so let's quickly go there. So that's one of the major purposes of FMEA. All right. Any clarifications on this?
Sir, is it particularly for FMEA purpose?
Yes.
Is
No.
the improve the quality, reliability, and safety of the evaluated product, or it applies for everything like
No, but what I
fishbone?
understand is basically FME is mainly or more focused on manufacturing system, and it applies when a certain level of analysis is done. Am I correct?
Well, I would say you're partially correct. FMEA for the starters is not only applied for manufacturing but can be applied in a vast area of industries. In my experience, I have
finance background, in the BPO background, in transactional processes background who have also effectively used FMEA, right? So it's not related to only manufacturing or producing a product. But again, when we are looking at it from a product or process point of view, it is not only applicable in the manufacturing stage, but it is also applicable in the design stage.
So it's not
Okay,
about, it's not about the
so
final product.
an FMEA, which so typically, let me take a process of or a life cycle of product. Okay, can you explain the life cycle of product where it starts from? Am I audible to you?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Can you tell me the life cycle of a product where it starts from?
From a business case or idea,
Yeah, it
a
starts from
problem statement.
an idea, or
Like
can I put it as a concept?
which material or ingredients use prepare for materials and their final uses.
Yeah,
Yeah.
correct, correct. So,
Between
a life cycle of a
so many
product,
components used.
yes, wonderful. So, can I say a life cycle of a product starts from an idea or a concept?
Concept or a customer requirement.
Yeah, yes, or a customer requirement also, CR. All right. From here, a concept is developed. Then, based on the concept, there will be a design, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
My screen is visible to all of you, right? Hope
Yeah.
I'm not
Yes.
writing in blank.
Hmm.
Okay. So, from a design, it then goes to manufacturing.
Sir, before manufacturing design is approved or any changes.
Yeah, yeah, that will happen in the design iterations. Okay. So, broadly, I'm just giving you.
Yes. Okay.
But then, उसके
You can
बाद,
take it as design development.
yes, design and development also.
Sir, is it more like a self improvement by a
Okay,
manufacturer?
then it goes to manufacturing and then finally ends up to the customer.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
So it's a self improvement for a
So,
manufacturer.
starting from idea, concept to design, development, and reiteration, this is where the FMEA gives its birth. Okay?
Hmm.
At this point, we call it as a DFMEA. Okay? That
Yes.
is design FMEA. Okay, and then
Yes.
from manufacturing to customer. See, again, from manufacturing to customer, there are different sub processes involved, right?
This is a process.
Uh, yeah, there is manufacturing, there is raw material supply, there is manufacturing, then
Various methods of.
supply chain, and then ends up to the customer.
Yeah.
All this is called process FMEA or
Yes.
PFMEA. So typically, these are two major branches of any FME: design and process. Okay, and this whole thing put together is what is my
Product definitely.
system.
Hmm.
System FME. Okay, this whole thing put together. Okay, so broadly, these are the three various stages where NA can be applied. Okay, depending on the process, whether it is design or process FMEA, there will be minor changes in the way you will look at various parameters within the FMEA, which we will discuss further. Okay, but broadly,
This is how it is. Okay.
Sir, is
So
it
this
like,
can, yes,
sir, is it like self improvement measures taken by a manufacturer, like design improvement and product improvement, like getting an efficiency improvement so that the best product goes to the customer? Is it like,
absolutely.
it's like a preventive or measurement measure taken before any kind of failure happens in the end product?
Yes, yes. It can be used as a preventive. See, most often when you are doing it in a design stage, right? It is for a preventive measure.
Okay. So after end product failure, is it not applicable, the FMEA? End product failure
And
means
product.
after the complaint is received from the customer end.
Hmm.
Then
Okay, let me take you through another example. Okay,
yes, sir.
so now you have a product, say A.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Okay, sir.
इस प्रोडक्ट को अभी हमने कॉन्सेप्ट डेवलप किया,
Hmm.
कॉन्सेप्ट ठीक है, and then we do a design, and then after the design we develop the process,
Okay.
we manufacture, and then finally supply it,
Market.
yes, to customer or the market.
Okay, sir.
ठीक है, तो यह है टिपिकल प्रोसेस है ना.
Okay, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
so now when you are working from concept to design or a certain part of process also, because you will also design a process, right? How the process needs to be done, what sequences has to be followed, what raw materials has to be put, what equipments to be used, all that will be part of the design anyway. So
Okay.
यहाँ पे आता है आपका TFM. Okay, and from process to supply or to a certain extent customer also will be your PFM.
Okay, sir.
ठीक है ना. तो अभी ये प्रोडक्ट which has started from concept goes to design, gets this design iteration everything proper, and make sure the to the maximum extent all preventive measures are taken for it not to develop any problems in manufacturing. All the iterations are done, and then based on those iterations the process is designed. Again it will be re-evaluated, and after the process is designed then it will go for manufacturing. When it comes to manufacturing, at this stage we will do the PFME. So before even manufacturing, the team has to look into the probable cause deviation, deviations which will happen in manufacturing.
Okay, sir.
That is a proactive measure. Okay. DFMA itself is a proactive one, and then उसके बाद PFMA आता है. Before even the product, if it is a new one, then before it is manufactured, it will be going through a PFMA as a proactive measure. उसके बाद सारे preventive actions and proactive actions will be taken in there.
जी, sir.
Okay, and there is one problem which comes in manufacturing, which defect are there, which was not identified in the design stage. Okay,
Okay, sir.
so there is a defect which has come. Now when the defect has come, you need to repair it, right?
Yes.
And put it back to the manufacturing, supply it to the customer. Now what happens to this defect? It is standing alone, right?
Yes.
It was not heard in this.
So what will happen is that this defect will get fed back into the PFMA again. तो अभी क्या कर रहे हैं, इसका कंट्रोल और प्रिवेंटिव एक्शन इसमें डॉक्यूमेंट कर दिया, और वी आर मेकिंग श्योर that the process does not create such defects in the future again. So a PFMA is being used again over there.
Okay, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
So this is happened. Say for example, while supplying to the customer, there is another defect over here, which goes to the customer. There is a big customer rejection. And this defect, this time, leaked from all these various processes we already established. Okay? What has happened? That means your design was not capable to identify this defect.
Okay.
तो अब क्या होगा, ये इशू वापस डिजाइन में जाएगा. Okay.
PMEA and
not identify this. What was the problem of design? Can we fix it? Then after it fixes, it goes back to the same cycle. So in that case, this particular defect will be feeding into the DFME. Okay. Clear concept you understood, no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so this is the whole process of how a DFMA can be effectively utilized, or a PFMA, if you want to generalize it. Okay?
Yeah, but every time we are doing analysis for process only, right? Every time.
Yes, that is
It may be anything, but we will analyze the process only, right?
See, the process can be analyzed and corrected, or preventive actions can be taken only until the capability limits of the process only, correct? It cannot be beyond that. There could be some defects or issues which are beyond the capability of the process. तब क्या करें? Okay. Then it has to go back to the design, saying that this is our limit, this is all we can do as improvements in process. If it needs to be rectified, it needs probably looking at the design again. So that is where the loop goes to DFMA. And once the DFMA is addressed, then the same thing, it will go back to the PFMA, it will get added into the PFMA as a new failure mode, and the standardization will happen here for the process to manufacture it defect.
Yes.
Okay, so this is the cycle of an FMEA in a product life cycle. Okay, you understood the concept. ना concept को समझो, उसके बाद पैराग्राफ में जाएंगे, ठीक है ना? Any clarifications so far?
No. Okay. Good.
Raghu, I need one question. This FMEA is very critical in the design and development, right?
In any stage, it is critical.
Oh, okay. Because something goes wrong in design and development, so the system will collapse. That is my.
Yeah, see again, that 10 rule which we discussed in the morning, no?
Yes.
If design and development having an issue, then process cannot
Nothing will work.
right for it.
So always 10 rule is applicable very much here.
Okay.
So these are both processes have a separate approaches or importance. So we can
Yes.
work in.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any more clarifications? Understand the concept as much as possible. अच्छा ठीक है, तो that is the purpose of an FMEA. Okay. So now coming to when to start, I think that also we discussed right now in terms of the life cycle. So it starts from the concept, goes all the way to the process to the customer until the process is fully developed. So the bottom line, FMEA is always a live document. Okay, it's never an end. unlike we saw the other techniques right since morning, like our Pareto or fishbone or 5i, all that stops as soon as the purpose of it is solved, right? For example, when you found out all the probable causes, a fishbone stops. It cannot develop more further. So that's end there, and then the next stage starts 5. Unlike that, FMEA never stops. So it is always a good practice that FMEA needs to be relooked at a periodic interval of time. So giving you my experience in GE, we used to have a global meeting on FMEA once every year, okay, where all the subject matter experts, that is the top technical experts of a particular process, would come together, relook at this document, and see what are the various changes or iterations which has gone through the years and whether all those gaps have been plugged. Okay, number one. Number two is it can also serve as a potential document for strategy for the next year. That means if I am part of a process excellence team or a continuous improvement team, I would want more projects to do so that the business benefits out of it. So how will I look at projects? From where will I look at projects? From where will I bring projects for my team? That's again FMEA. So FMEA, we will go to it how various issues are sorted and prioritized in FMEA as well. In this document, we can also look at what are the top issues which are causing problems. That is, what are the top failure modes which are causing issues with respect to the product or the process. And those failure modes can become potential improvement projects for the next year. And then once you've taken up a particular failure mode as a project, then you will work on it, try to mitigate it, and once it's mitigated, we will loop back again into the FMEA saying that this particular failure mode had various causes, these were the controls, these were the projects which worked on it, and then the next cycle, that failure mode's intensity reduces because you mitigated or improved that particular product or process. Right? So that's why we call it as a live document. Any clarifications? Okay, I'll go further there. So as I told you, three different types of FMEAs: system FMEA, design, process. Okay. Okay. So with this, we will now jump into the actual core parameters of the FMEA. Before that, do you want a break?
We'll take some 10 minutes break, Raghu.
Yes, we'll take a 10-minute break. 3 o'clock now in my time. 3:10. Yeah.
We'll be back by 3:15, Raghu.
3:50. Okay. No issue. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So one question,
Yeah.
we arrived at the root cause of the highway analysis, right? So,
Yeah.
this data, how it will help with DFM?
Okay, so the root causes, whichever you identified, see the root causes, whichever you identified, no, those are the areas of improvement which you have to implement some improvement solutions to it. Okay, and after that improvement solutions are implemented, FMEA will serve as a standard document stating that for that particular failure mode or the problem, these were the various causes or the root causes which were identified, and for each of those root causes, these were the corrective or preventive actions taken, and this is where we have closed that particular loop. So if all this will be documented in a certain format in FMEA. I will come to that when we we go into the next parametrics of the FMA. So that's where it will serve as one is the standardization document. So it will document everything whatever you have done. And number two is with respect to reference for future use. Okay. So once you've done this, say for example, at some point in time, some other new product process came up in the same department, and a similar issue popped up. Okay, which you already worked on and solved. So in that case, FMEA can become a reference document stating that hey, this team has already worked on a similar problem. They have found out the causes and implemented improvements. Why not we do the same for this as well? Okay, so it can become a reference document also. Okay. Okay, 3:15 will be back. Okay.
भाई कट करिए मुझे यहाँ सर 30 सेशन हो गया ना। हाँ 10 मिनट के लिए हो गया। क्या कर रहे हो सर यहीं रहो। अरे लाला जी ने ये वो ट्रांसफार्मर को किया था हमारे कुछ आफत में लग गए। लाला जी के घर पे? हाँ घर पर। घर की तो सर्विस करनी पड़ रही है वो फैक्ट्री का काम नहीं देखना पहले वो देखना। हाँ जी सर। हेलो सर सर अपन भी मंगाई लेंगे कुछ है। अकेले आप चाय पीने? नहीं नहीं, मुकेश सर भी आ जाएंगे अभी।
टी ब्रेक में take something or tomorrow. चाय के साथ क्या लेंगे? बिस्किट?
मैं जो भी ले, मैं तो चाय चाय पीऊंगा।
Is everyone back?
यस सर।
Okay. Can we start?
यस सर।
Wonderful. Okay, sharing my screen. Please let me know when you can see it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, great. All right, so we were discussing on the FMEA and the concepts behind it. I hope everything is clear till now. Is there any clarifications you want to make before we go into the parametrics? Can I go further then?
We can go ahead and
Okay, wonderful.
can make others comment as well. So maybe all of may have not joined.
Oh, okay. Mm, should we wait for 2 more minutes then? Let's give it 2 more minutes and then we'll start.
Yes, yes.
तेरे बिन जीना नहीं वो मेरी जाने बहार तेरे बिन जीना नहीं मेरे जाने बहार
I think we can start. Yes, I will start now. Okay. So let's go ahead then. So we discussed on the FMEA and the concepts behind FMEA. Any clarifications before we go into the parameters? assume no. So let's go ahead now. Yes.
Just a second. As we discussed last, you shared that system level FMEA can be considered as a group of DFMEA and PFMEA. Is it? But in this sheet, system FMEA is being treated as a separate. Can be considered? Yes.
System FMEA can have a DFMEA and PFMEA as part of it, and it's a very high level FMEA. Okay, so this basically happens in a concept stage where you have the identification of failure modes related to all individual parts of the process, be it with respect to systems, subsystems, individual risk functions, etc., to consider it as a whole, right? In DFMEA, what will happen is you will look at only design related failure modes. PFMEA, you will look at only process related failure modes. In system level, you will look at it from a holistic point of view, that is, including design, process, concept, everything together. So, by telling that, we could also, say that DFMEA and PFMEA are eventually part of the system FMEA. Okay. Okay, good. So let's go ahead. Was that clear? Did you get the answer?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Good. So in FMEA, we have a few terminologies which we follow. Okay. So first thing is the failure mode that we already discussed. That is the defect by itself. So a particular failure mode, by definition, is a way in which design could fail to meet a critical customer requirement. Okay. All right. So once the failure mode is identified, then we will look at the effect. What is the effect? Effect is basically the impact of that particular failure mode on multiple things. Predominantly, we will look at the impact of the failure mode, how good or bad it is with respect to the customer, the product quality, or with respect to the systems or subsystems. Okay. And then comes the cost. So the cost is basically what are the sources of variations for that particular failure mode to occur. Okay. And finally comes the controls. That is, the controls or the methods by which we can prevent and detect these causes from occurring or recurring again. Okay. There is a connection to each one of these parameters. All right. So when we are looking at a particular failure mode, effect, and cause, we will always identify a cause with respect to the failure mode and not with respect to effect. Okay. So please bear in mind, always when we are looking at a cause, a particular cause is what is the source of variation coming from the failure mode point of view and not the effect. Okay, what is causing the failure mode to get that effect, you should be looking at, but and not what is causing the effect. Okay, that is one thing. And the other one is the controls. When we are looking at controls, right, these controls should be addressing how these controls prevent the cause. Okay, so the controls are with respect to detecting a cause leading to a failure mode and preventing it. Okay, that is the connection. So always understand, a cause is
respect to a failure mode, and a control is with respect to the cause leading to that failure mode. Okay? Are you understanding the concept behind it, the connectivity of this?
Okay.
These terminologies? Okay? Yes? No?
Yes, yes. So it means the cause is a big
Yes.
element to failure mode, and
Mhm.
control is to control the cause, which
Leads to the failure.
basically to
Yes, yes.
yes, yes.
Okay. So you understand this connectivity. This is very important for you to understand this connectivity so that the FMEA can be successfully developed. Okay.
So
So this
please
is
repeat
all right. So let me start from the beginning.
previous slide also, sir. Like types of FMEA.
Okay.
Yes.
So the types of FMEA basically are three types: system FMEA, design FMEA, and process FMEA. That is, this is also called as DFMEA, and this is also called as PFMEA commonly. Okay, P and D. Alright. So system as FMEA or a concept level FMEA is basically a high level FMEA which includes various parameters of failure modes really leading to sub-level, subsystem level, system levels, design and process. Design FMEA is an FMEA which predominantly concentrates more on the design of a particular product or a process. And PFMEA is capturing all the failure modes with respect to the manufacturing process, supply chain process, and the operational part of developing a particular or manufacturing a particular product to the end customer. Okay, so this is mostly the operations. Operations mean manufacturing, raw material supply, uh, WIP, semi-finished, finished goods, supply chain into market, market to customer, etc. वो सब FMEA में आता है. Design FMEA is from design concept stage until system development stage. Okay, and these both put together can end up into a system FMEA later on. Okay, so this is how we classify three major types of FMEAs. Clear so far? Clear? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes. Go.
Okay.
Continue.
Now let's come to the terminologies. Okay.
Yes.
So majorly there are four terminologies which we use in FMEA. That is failure mode, effect, cause, and controls. Failure mode is the first point of failure of a particular issue. Okay, that means a defect is a failure mode. The point at which the process or product fails to meet the requirements or the customer requirements is called a failure mode. You can generally call it as a defect. Okay. The next one is the effect. Effect is how good or bad this particular failure mode can be with respect to a customer or a business performance. It's always related to customer and business performance. Keep that in mind. And then comes the cause. The cause is what is the weakness that is causing this particular failure mode. Okay. Always remember cause is with respect to the failure mode. What is leading to that failure mode, which is leading indirectly leading to the effect. Effect always is the end resultant. Okay. And the fourth one is the control. This is with respect to methods that are in place to prevent or detect a particular cause occurring. So always a control is with respect to cause. A cause is with respect to failure mode leading to an effect.
Okay, that is the connectivity of these parameters. Clear so far?
It means the seed made before the process start design development or a process manufacturing, like a short analysis.
Yes, yes. Say for example, now you are doing a DFME. Okay, na?
Yeah.
In DFME, your failure mode may be something which is still not occurred. That means
Made
you are
seed possible
yeah,
failure and
probably
possess or control measure
yes,
for process.
yes, yes. So in a design, this failure mode can be related to a design issue, right? Effect may be still the end customer can be dissatisfied. The cause could be a design issue, and a control could be a design issue. But in a PFMEA, the same parameters will be used. Okay, the same parameters will be used, but the failure mode will be related to the cause. That means probably a defect in a cause, abnormality in a cause, failure to meet a quality check. All these can be a process related failure mode, which can have a process related cause. Say, for example, you got a defect in your process, and why that defect happened because maybe someone failed to notice that there was no quality inspection in place, or maybe the manuals or SOPs were not effective. Okay, and then the controls. What could be the controls of this? Could be your inspection list, could be your work instructions, the SOPs. All these are controls in your
Analysis, so we can control
so
the process.
control that particular cost leading to the defect or failure.
Okay.
Okay, no? So this is how you connect all these together. Okay, you understood the thoughts? Oh, better. Yes. Please understand this slide. This is a very key slide. Before I show you the actual FMEA, you need to understand the terminologies and their connectivities first. Clear so far?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Okay. Let's go further. So now, how will the failure mode effect analysis look? So this is how typically it will look like. Okay. You have a function, product requirements, potential failure mode effect, SEV. I will come to this later. Potential causes, OCC. I will also come to this later. Current design or evaluation or control, and then DET. I'll come to this later, and RPM also later. Okay. So whatever we discussed in this slide, FMEA failure mode, effect, cause, and control. Can you find it here? Failure mode, effect, cause, control. Clear? Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So now we will go into a little bit deep. We will look at the product function. So this is basically what is the function of a particular product. Okay. So that particular failure mode, at what function it is coming, that will be documented here. That is, what is the functional product requirement under consideration? That will be answered here. Okay. Failure mode, in what ways could the functional requirement be failing or not fully meeting its requirements? Okay. Effect is the end effect of it. That is, what could be the impact of the failure mode on business or customer. And then comes severe, SEV. SEV is defined as how severe the effect is to the customer. Okay. In other terms, this is called severity. SEVRITY. Okay. Severity. Okay. So now We know the parameters, right? Failure mode, effect, cause, and control. What we are trying to do here is to quantify these parameters. Alright, we are trying to generate a data out of it. That is how we will quantify and prioritize these failure modes. Alright, and how do we quantify them is by using these three terms. Just severity, then OCC is what is the likelihood of the cause occurring. It is also called as occurrence, OCCURRENCE. Okay, and then you will have DET, or how difficult it is to detect the cause to the failure. This is called detectability or detectivity. Apologies for my handwriting, the mouse is really difficult for me to write on. Okay, so now you understood. We had four parameters: failure mode, effect, cause, and control. Now we have introduced three new parameters called severity, occurrence, and detection or detectability to quantify the effect of these four parameters. Clear? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. So now how do we quantify this? So depending on the product or the process or the industry, these numbers, right, severity, occurrence, and detection parameters will be rated in a scale of 1 to 10
Yes.
or 1 to 5. Depends on what industry.
On the process of the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So if it is a very severe failure mode or a very severe effect, then it will be categorized as 10. If it is a low severity, then it will be categorized as 1.
But
Okay. Then occurrence. Occurrence is with respect to the
process. Process of
how frequent this cause is occurring, which is leading to that failure mode. Okay. If it is highly frequent, is 10. Low frequency is 1. Okay.
once in a day or once in a week or while.
Depending on your process. Okay. If your process is capable to produce, say, 1,000 parts per day,
Yeah.
then it would be frequency of every 1,000 parts.
Hmm.
Or if your process is batch process and say your output is only 5 parts per day, then it would be only 5 parts per day, right?
Yeah.
Or week or whatever. The frequency you can
Depend on the process plan.
Yes, yes. There is a standard scale also to this. I will show you at the end of this. But typically it depends on your process and how it is defined. Okay. Then the detection. This is with respect to how easily that particular control can identify and control the cause. Okay. If it is a weak control, then it will be 10. If it is a very good control, then it will be 1. Okay.
Yes.
So now coming back to the connectivity of these parameters, occurrence, severity, occurrence, and detection. Severity is rated on what? Is it rated on failure mode or effect?
How to calculate products or in a customer.
Effect.
Yes. So it is rated on effect, severity. Okay. Occurrence is rated on cause, which is leading to the failure mode. Okay. And detection is rated on control, which is leading to the cause. Understood the connectivity now, the flow of stuffs in the document? Yes, no?
S.
Any
Okay.
clarification? Okay, let me go further. So now, in the next slide, we will look at how this whole thing comes together. Okay, so at the end of all this, you see something here called RPM, right?
Yes.
This is how the whole thing will come together. This is called the risk priority number.
There is a multiple of S, O, and D. And
Yes.
how is the result?
This is the product of severity, occurrence, and detection.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is how you will be assessing the risk. So that is called risk priority number, which is used to prioritize your failure mode and process, and it is a product of severity, occurrence, and severity. Okay, clear?
Yes.
So recollecting again, severity is rated on your effects. Occurrence is rated on what?
Repeated or once in a process.
Actually, occurrence, treatment field.
Occurrence is a process. आपका प्रोसेस कितनी बार रिपीट हो रहा है और आपने क्या प्लान किया होगा कितने में?
Occurrence rate होता है आपके कॉस्ट के ऊपर, है ना? How frequently that particular cause is leading to a failure mode. So occurrence is always on causes. Okay. वैसे ही डिटेक्शन किसके ऊपर रेट होता है?
डिटेक्शन आपने क्या कंट्रोल मेजर लिए हैं और वो कितने इफेक्टिव हैं?
वेरी गुड, कंट्रोल के ऊपर, ठीक है ना?
Yeah.
So severity, occurrence, and detection, effects, cause, and controls. Okay, this is risk priority number. Alright, so this is, I already just discussed this in a scale of 1 to 10. This is how your severity, occurrence, and detection can be done. Okay.
Yes.
So now, based on this, let's look at an example of a FMEA, how it basically looks like. Okay. So यहाँ पे example है the DFMEA for cash dispensing in ATM.
Letter is very small.
Yeah, it's small. Let me then increase this.
Yeah, okay. It's readable.
Okay.
Yes.
So now function. Okay. Dispense amount of cash required by the customer. That is the function of the ATM.
Yes.
Then potential failure mode does not dispense cash, dispenses too much cash, takes too long to dispense cash, etc. All these are failure modes. Okay. Then potential pollutants. Customer very dissatisfied, that entry of demand deposit, discrepancy in cash balance, so on. And the severity is 8. Okay. Then potential causes. Out of cash, emissions, power failure during transaction. And there are occurrence numbers 5, 3, 2. Okay.
Yes.
Then you have controls. Internal low cash alert, internal jam alert, and for this there is none. So detection number 5, 10, 10. और उसके बाद आता है RPM, which is the product of 8 into 5 into 5 to 5, 8 into 3 into 10 to 40, and so on. Okay. Forget about CRIT. We will not look at it today. It's a little more out of scope for today's discussion. Okay. Something you notice here? Anything which is new for you?
No.
No?
One question is how to take a D, 5, 10 or 10.
Yeah, I will show you in the rating scale. I have the rating scale in the next slide. I will take you.
Because control measure, how to take control measure, power failure, we can use for power backup plans or anything, so we can minimize the power failure in the basis of.
I understood your question. So that has to be coming with the predefined guidelines of the rating scale. That again depends on the product or process which you are dealing with, but there's also a standard one which I will show you in the next slide. But before going there, let's understand a few more things in this format in the FMEA. Okay. यहाँ पे जब आप देखोगे, there is one failure mode, है ना? Let's take this one thing. Does not dispense cash. Okay. And if you look at the causes, there are three causes. Right?
Yes.
Out of cash, machine jams, power failure during transaction. So what you can see here is one failure mode having three different causes. And branching into three different causes, you will have three different controls for the same failure mode.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So, in an FMEA, this is also a very beautiful thing where you can identify various causes with respect to a problem, rate them, and have its own controls. So now you are not only prioritizing the failure modes but also the causes within a failure mode. Do you understand that? Right? So
Yes.
That's how this can be used. Okay. So this is how a typical failure mode can basically look like. Okay. So now, when, for example, now let's take in our case, we have identified a failure mode from a particular ATM, yes, in an FMEA, and now we are using it to identify a project. Okay. Say for example. So now you are using it to identify project, and the top one over here is 240, which is the does not dispense cash due to internal jam alert. Okay, machine gets jammed. This is your cost.
Yes.
So your project now will be machine getting jammed, which is leading to cash not getting dispensed, customer dissatisfied. So addressing the machine jam can become your project. You are addressing that problem now. Okay. Now you've taken that, you've gone through all your structures of identifying your problem, putting the business case, charter, brainstorming, fishbone, 5 I, blah blah blah. You arrive at an improvement. You have put all your actions in place. So what you will do now? You will come back to the FMEA. Okay. You will put your recommended actions over here as part of your improvement actions from that project. Whoever is responsible here, and then what actions you have taken. Okay. So once that action is taken, then you will reassess your ratings. Your severity will be the same 8. Keep in mind, severity will never change even if you are improving a particular failure mode or a cause. It will always remain same. Then your occurrence, probably your occurrence from 3 may go down to 1, and your detection from 10 may go down to 5. Then you have a new RPN, right? That you will document it here. This is your revised RPN. Okay. Now, this has become a document where you have saved the outcome of your project. Clear? Tomorrow, if other team comes and looks and has the same machine jam problem, then they will come and look at it here and say, okay, this team has worked on it, they've given recommended actions, they've identified the actions taken, and they've reduced the risk, and we will use the same for our process also. Okay? So this becomes a live document. Clear?
Yes.
of the team, any doubts? Am I audible to you?
Yes.
Any doubts?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Yes, it's clear.
Sir, what is the CRIT, sir?
Yeah, CRIT is another new parameter. Don't worry about it. I won't go into that. Let's understand the basics. It's for an advanced FMEA course. So let's not go into it. All right. So now let's look at the rating scales. How predefined rating scales can help. Again, these rating scales can also differ based on the product and process you are dealing with. Okay, it's not a hard and fast rule that you have to follow it, but nevertheless, there are also standard rating scales which are part of the mill standards. We call it as military standards or AIS standards.
मैं अभी आया हूँ तो सर ने बुला लिया था मेरे को
Where you have
वही
a
चल रहा है
standard
FEM ही
rating
चल रहा है अभी
scale.
तो
Okay,
FEM
you
ही है
can adopt that, but it is also not hard and fast rule that you have to use it. You can modify it according to your liking of the process. So this is severity. Okay, severity 10 to 1. So 10 ranking is effect on hazardous, no warning. Okay, so DFMA severity affects safe operation without warning. TFMA severity may endanger the machine or operator without warning. TFMA rating of 9, hazardous with warning, affects safe operation with warning and endanger the machine or operator with warning. And then 8 is very high, makes product inoperable, major disruption in operations, etc. etc. Okay. What you will notice here is very specifically in severity, on the top two ratings, that is 10 and 9, it is always emphasized on safety. Okay. After that comes the rest of the things with respect to customer dissatisfaction, operations, etc. Okay. So the top priority while devising your severity scales is that 10 and 9 should always be provided for safety related issues. So 10 is safety issues without warning and 9 is safety issues with a warning. Okay, so that's how it is. And 8, 9, 10, 8, 7, 6, etc. are related to customer dissatisfaction, operations issues, etc. Alright, so operations, safety first in severity, then comes customer, then comes operations. Clear? Any doubts?
Yes.
Good. Okay. So next is on the occurrence scale. So this is with respect to likelihood of the failure and criteria's occurrence of a cost. So I've taken an PFMEA example over here. So this is with respect to the probability of that cost happening. See again, this can be varying according to the process or industry you are dealing with. So this can also be modified according to your expert views. Okay. So likelihood very high. That means greater than or equal to 100 per thousand or greater than 1 in 10. That means probably this is number of uh, causes or defects occurring in those number of instances. So that is 10, and slowly the probability decreases and the ranking also decreases. Similarly, in occurrence rating in another format is what I have put here. So rating 10 can be extremely high, greater
हाँ
than
ठीक है सर, वो हो
1
जाएगा, मैं बात
percentage
कर
could
लेता
be
हूँ
defective or it could
क्योंकि
also be
इनपुट
imperfect.
सप्लाई इनकी सबकी एक ही है, ये ध्यान रखिएगा
So
आप।
these are two
तीन सेट
different
में
ways where your occurrence
स्विच,
scale
हाँ वो
can
स्विच काट कर अपना काम कर लेगा इनका इंडिविजुअल स्विच,
depending on
ठीक है,
the
मैं
process
बात
you
करके
are
बात
doing.
बताता हूँ। ठीक ठीक ठीक, ओके
Clear?
ओके।
Clear, clear. So there are two rankings basically for occurrence.
No, no, no. It's not two rankings. These are two
क्या क्या
different
बता दिया?
ways of how you can rank the occurrence scale. I've given you references.
Mainly
Right?
उसके लिए सर
So
प्रोडक्शन करने वालों के लिए
this is how you could modify your occurrence scale
PF in
depending on
ये
the product or
प्रो
process
ये
you are
कई
dealing with.
हैं डिजाइन कंसेप्ट और
You should have
प्रोडक्ट
only one
प्रोसेस
table.
ये बेसिकली
But here I have given
प्रोडक्ट को
you
डिलीवर
references
करने से
of two
पहले ही
tables
बोलते
of
हैं
how you can vary your rating scales according to the parameters you are dealing with. Okay. Yes. Good. So the next one is on the detection scales.
मैन्युफैक्चरिंग वालों
The
के लिए
last one.
बेसिकली
So rating 10,
प्रोडक्ट बना के दे
absolute
रहे हैं उसी
uncertainty,
का
that
प्रोसेस में
means
कोई डिफेक्ट
likelihood
आया
of
उसको
detection,
पहले ही
potential
वैल्यू
cause mechanism, and subsequent failure mode cannot be detected at all.
लेकिन
9
एक
is
पर्टिकुलर
very
पकड़ना चाहिए था
remote chance
वो
of
डायग्राम
detecting
50वें
potential
एग्जाम्पल
cause
में
or
समझा देना
mechanism
चाहिए
and
सब
subsequent
तो उसमें
failure
हम
modes.
हाँ
माहिर
हाँ
नहीं
हाँ
थे।
हो जाओ
Involved.
हमारा
Remote chance of
तो थ्योरी
detecting.
सी है नोट बना
Nine
चाय
के
बनवा
is
दे
very
वो
low, 6 is
उनका
low, moderately high,
हाँ?
very high, and almost
अब
certain. Okay. So this is how a
ब्लैक
detection
टी पिलवा दे
rating
और वो दे दी कुछ खाने के लिए दे
scale can be devised.
क्या नाम है इसका
Okay, clear?
वेंचर लाला जी का ट्रांसफॉर्मर नहीं हुआ हमारे तो वेंचर बैंड में वेंचर
Any
राउत
clarification so far?
ये राउत है राउत
कहाँ पे सर ये?
हेड ऑफिस में ये
अच्छा ये क्या करता है
लाला का पी है
Yes, no.
अच्छा
ये वेंचर ऐसे धमकी देता है
Wonderful.
यार
So
आप
this
देख
is
लो
the
नहीं तो
end
मैं
of
माधव
the
से तुम्हारी बात करा
FMEA
देता हूँ
chapter. So we have looked at the basics
हमारे
of
से आप
FMEA, the
नहीं
fundamentals
देते
of
तो सब
FMEA,
होते हैं तो
parameters
तो
of
सब
FMEA,
टैकल कर लेते थे ये
how
सब
the FMEA is developed, utilizing, prioritizing causes, prioritizing projects, documentation and standardization. Right? So that's how vast its application can be, and it's a very versatile tool, I would say, and it is part of ISO standards as well. It's that's how much importance we have given to this particular tool. So in ISO standards, there is a requirement saying that an FMEA needs to be developed for any product or process, be it design or process FMEA. So that's how important this particular tool is. So once if we are looking at it from a problem-solving point of view, in terms of our specific training program,
अरे
ये
developing an
जो होती है उसको
FMEA
अरे यार इनको कर देता
can
साहब कल भी ट्रेनिंग है मेरी 2 दिन की
mark
ट्रेनिंग
as the end or the conclusion of your improvement project. Okay. Again, as I told you in the previous session, it is not a hard and fast rule for us to use all these tools. Okay. It's always based on the applicability point of view. Okay. So you as facilitators and project owners need to decide when and how and which tools to be used in an effective manner, given all the options you know of now. Okay. At the same time, you have the say to pick and choose whichever you want. There should always be a balance, right? So the balance is that you should not underuse a particular tool or technique, and you should also not overuse a particular tool or technique just
थोड़ी
for the
मैं
sake
तो
of
चलो भाग दौड़ कर रहा हूँ
that
मैं
particular
भी गया ना करना बुलाया था थोड़ी देर
exercise.
भाग गया तो मुझे घर में सी लग
So
रही
you have to take that judgmental call
और रात को भी
in
गर्मी लगी
terms
थी
of
मुझे घर पे
utilizing the best
पंखा चला
कल तो
tool for the best
कल
scenario.
करनी थी मैं
So
तेरा
that's
जगह
how
हटा दी चल उड़ लिया
I would basically
सो
put
गए
it.
पैंट
So that is more or less most of the techniques which we were to
कल
cover
लाला जी का फोन आया हुआ
in
रास्ते में साहब
the theoretical part of it. The same thing will be converted into practical
दिक्कत
sessions
है
tomorrow,
सर्वो में
where we will be working on
के
hands-on,
घर का
and
सर्वो
I will
लगा हुआ
also
ना
be introducing a few more
इनपुट सप्लाई को
new tools and
मेडिकल
techniques tomorrow as well,
तो
while we work on the workout sessions.
उन्होंने कुछ बताया
Tomorrow
और
it's going to be an
फीडबैक
action-packed
दे
session
रहे
tomorrow.
मेरे को
So
नहीं
before
पता
that,
ये अभी होना चाहिए सही
any clarifications
चिल्ला
on
कर
all
बोला था
the
रास्ते साहब
techniques
दिल्ली
we
में है
have
नहीं क्या बिजली
learned since morning today?
वही तो दिक्कत है वहाँ से यहाँ से
दौरा कर लीजिए, खर्चा हो जाएगा।
खर्चा यहाँ से दौड़ाला तो जा कर भी
Any
नहीं सकता वो
clarifications?
यार।
हाँ।
वो इक्विपमेंट हमारे फैक्ट्री वाले इक्विपमेंट थोड़ी है।
इलेक्ट्रॉनिक इलेक्ट्रॉनिक
हाँ।
पता नहीं क्या क्या इन्वॉल्व है।
Okay.
अब इतने वो
No
बता रहे थे सर
clarifications?
कि यार फोन से आवाज बाहर निकल रही थी, इतना
अच्छा,
चिल्ला
ऐसे ही
के
बैठे
बोल रहे
होंगे।
थे। ये बैठे हुए थे सामने।
कब बोला था मैंने?
हाँ?
Objects.
कल दोपहर की बात है।
Okay, good. Oh. Sir,
actually
you
यहाँ
have
पे ये भी लफड़ा है।
define this project charter you have said, sir. In that you have already differentiated between this problem statement and the business case.
Hmm.
You have not mentioned this voice of customer. This is also related to this project charter.
Hmm. Yes, that is something which we will tomorrow. I told you I will new tools tomorrow as well. So we will see is part of the session tomorrow. Okay, good. So I also mentioned that funneling approach in the morning. Can you see my screen still?
Yes, FME rating scales.
एक तो फॉरवर्ड हो गई।
Good, wonderful.
वो सर
So,
जो उठ के आ रहा है
The next part of it
उसको सारा
is
चेक
in
में
terms
करना है
of.
और एक प्रकाश को वो बोलते हैं,
Okay.
प्रकाश को
I told you about that funneling
कि
approach in
सर्वो
the
में
previous
हेडिंग
session,
हेडिंग
right?
से फंड
So this is how typically
क्या
it will look
करेगा
like. Alright?
अगर
And
सर्वो आ
you
जाएगा
know, we have taken a small problem-solving approach to define it, but the applicability of this is to a larger Six Sigma project as well. So this is basically something we also coach and train in terms of Lean Six Sigma projects. So these are bigger Lean Six Sigma projects, which we call as yellow belt, green belt, black belt levels, where the similar approach is taken, that funneling approach, where we have the multiple X's or real many to the white and few, right? So that's how we basically work on. And this is something to just give you a little more of a broader perspective of how a simple problem solving technique approach
इसे बताया इसने
can
इसके बारे में
also be
बताया
applied to a larger, much more complex scenario as well. Okay, so there are various tools you see. This define, measure, analyze, improve, control. It's also called as the DMAC methodology, which basically is followed in many of the Lean Six Sigma yellow belt, green belt, and black belt projects. So the trainings accordingly will be done and certified, etc. to help you attain that skill to develop all these tools and techniques for effective process improvements and problem solving process. Okay? So this is one very important thing that I thought it would be nice for you to know, so that you get a broader picture of what this similar approach can be, replicated in a much larger scale. With that, when we look at it from a DMAT point of view, define, measure, analyze, improve, and control.
मेजर्स
So
बता देगा।
here is the same format. If you can see, we are launching the team, establishing the charter, gathering the UOC, BOD. That is what we will be doing tomorrow. The plan, etc., all is in the define stage, which we saw in the charter and business case, etc. And then in measure, we document process, collect the baseline data, and narrow down the project focus, etc. These are something which we learned through our brainstorming sessions and our Pareto charts, right? And then in analyze, we identify causes, we drill down to the root causes, etc. That is what we did through our fishbone and five eyes. And in improve, we implement the implementations, bring in the FMEA to standardize everything and validate everything. And then through the FMEA again, we will control and complete the validation through the project benefits. Right? So this is the same format. If you can see in a broader picture, even a bigger Lean Six Sigma project follows. So the systemic approach is something which we definitely need to emphasize in this case, in terms of how vast this can be, even if we are looking at it with a very simplistic point of view, even the biggest or complex project can be solved much more easily when we follow this approach, right? So the same approach, the DMAT approach, is what we have learned today in this problem solving methodology. Okay, clear?
Okay. Are we going to see this again tomorrow? No.
Tomorrow, whatever we learned today, plus a few more tools, we will look at it in the practical point of view. So we will run some workout
We will
sessions.
see application.
Yes, yes. We will see the applications. We will, in fact, do a brainstorming session tomorrow. Bring up a problem, define a problem statement, run it through a brainstorming session, and do whatever we've learned tomorrow today in the application point of view. Okay, that is the actual root cause analysis which we will be doing tomorrow. Okay. All right. Any clarifications so far?
डॉक्यूमेंट क्या देगा यार?
Yes, no.
No. For me, no.
एक बार संजय वाले से बात कर ले, क्या क्या चाहिए?
So with that,
चाहिए
I'd
क्या
like to tell you one small, snippet. I would call so, which is
Get
dating
pass
back to
वहाँ
my
कैसे पहुँचेगा?
graduation days in Dixieland. One of my professors,
से काम करता है चला
a very
किसी के
very
घर का अगर कोई काम
favorite of mine. He was also our HOD.
नहीं सादे
You
कागज
know,
बन के दे देगा वो,
his teaching
क्या
methods
बताया?
were
किसी के
really,
घर का अगर ट्रांसफार्मर आना हो तो कैसे आता हो?
wonderful. He was an inspiration to all of us, one of my own personal favorite. We all liked his way of teaching.
क्या डॉक्यूमेंट?
And
यार मेरे घर दिल्ली
we liked the
आधार
subjects
आधार तो दे
he
देगा?
used to teach us. And those became my favorite subjects as well. One day I
लोस्टिक
noticed
वाले से
that there
पूछो,
was a certain
उनसे
pattern he
पूछो
was
घर का
following.
अगर सामान आना
So,
होता तो कैसे आता है?
we
जैसे हम
had
घर
a
ट्रांसफर
1
करते
hour
हैं,
lecture
हाँ,
of these subjects.
फ्री जाता है।
I think 3 days.
सर्वर तो
a
घर
week.
का डोमेस्टिक
And at the end of every lecture, he would close his lecture at 50 minutes. He will
इसमें
not take the
एक काम
complete
करो,
60
उसको जो
minutes.
चाहिए दिस
The
इज
last 10
सेटिस्फाइड
minutes,
कर और
he
उसको
will
पकड़ा दें
always use
कि भाई
to
लेटर ये
recap
ले ले
whatever
और इसी लेटर को लगा के
taught
आ
us
जाइए।
during the first 50 minutes. So this was the
अरे
same
अपने आप ही
pattern
उसको
he used to follow in
मेल
all
कर
these
प्रिंट निकाल लेगा वो
classes.
अपने
So
आप।
one day I went up to him and asked, why is this? I mean, other professors don't do that. Why do you do that? So what he said was there is a psychology, fact related to that is what he said, and he said that he would before telling that he would also recap whatever he did in the previous class before he started the next session as well. So when I asked him this, he would always say that this psychology effect is called something with respect to when you recollect something which you learned within the next 24 hours. There is a high likelihood that you will remember that particular fact, whichever you learned, for a very long time to come. And that struck me. I mean, probably that is why he was my favorite professor, or whatever he taught me was my favorite subjects, because I used to, understand the concepts and remember them for a very long time when compared to the other subjects which I learned. And that's something which really, inspired me a lot. And starting from that time, the first time I started training and certifying people, I followed and adopted that as one of the procedures or practices, I would say, in all of my trainings. And that's what I will take you through today also. And that is why we will in this recap. Okay. Long story short, if we do a recap, I am sure it will be more effective for you to remember all that in your mind, and we will do that again in the morning tomorrow when we start the day. Okay. So the recap. what did we do today? Where did we start from?
Yes,
Answer.
we first started with the problem solving as a technique in a traditional way, and we discussed on charter.
Yes. So we looked at what is a problem, right? Definition of a
Yes.
problem. So what is a problem?
Which affects to us or a customer or any stakeholder in certain way.
Yes.
Yes.
Any non-conformance, right? So
Yes, yes, yes.
question or issue that creates a challenge or obstacle that needs to be addressed or resolved. That is a problem. So a problem statement always remember these 5 questions: who is affected, what is the problem, where is it occurring, when does it happen, and why does it matter. Okay, important steps. And after this, a product the problem well defined is half solved. Always keep that in mind. Okay. Then what did we learn?
We'll learn about the problem solving techniques and methods.
Yes. So we learned about charter.
Start project charter.
Yes. What is a project charter?
Project charter is this one. Problem, one problem, the group of team will work and they will find a solution for that.
So project charter, to put it in simple ways, is a one slider which gives a snapshot of what your problem is, how did you arrive at that problem, which is the team which is working on it, what is the goal or target of that particular project, what team is involved, what timelines are involved, what are the risks, and
boundaries,
what are the scope of the project, right? And there is also one acronym I used while doing the charter. What was that?
SMART.
SMART. Very good. SMART is what? Specific,
Measurable,
Measurable,
achievable,
attainable.
realistic, time bound.
yes, relevant and time bound. Very good. Amazing. So this is what a charter is, right? And then after charter, we went into brainstorming session, right? Brainstorming. What is brainstorming? It's a collective exercise to identify the various problems or causes within a particular scenario. Okay. And after brainstorming, we looked at thought process map. Right?
Yes.
What is thought process map?
Graphical representation of team thoughts.
Yeah. So standardization or structuring your thoughts and translating them down to a paper in a structured format at different levels, right? TMAP can be at level 1, level 2, level 3, etc., which can branch into multiple different things.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And then we looked at Pareto. What is Pareto?
It is a chart for prioritize the data sets.
Very good. Yes, 80-20
Yeah,
rule. What does 80-20 actually mean? 80%
80%
of
of
the
problem
issues.
causes.
20% of problems.
Yes, very good. So it is used to quantify your problems and also prioritize your problems to pick up which are the important ones to work on. Okay. And after that, what we did? Ishikawa. What is Ishikawa?
Cause and effective diagram.
Yes. Or it's also called as fishbone. Fishbone diagram. So it works on the 6M or the 5M process: man, material, method, measurement, and mother nature or environment. Good. And then we looked at 5I. 5I. Right? 5I, asking 5 questions, and then you arrive at a root cause. Clear?
Yes.
What else we learn?
FMEA.
Yes, we encourage FLA just a failure modes, quantify them and prioritize them, and it's also used as a standard format to standardize your outcomes and conclude your project. Okay, clear? FFPA, you have RPM number, severity into occurrence into detection. Okay, always keep that in mind. So that is what helps in FMEA. All right, clear so far?
Yes, clear.
Wonderful. Clear. So that yes. You had any clarification? Okay. So with that, I will end the session today.
Hello.
Thank you so much. I think I've given you back around 45 minutes.
हाँ खत्म
So
होने वाला है 5 मिनट में.
it was a great day today. We had fun learning. And I will thank you for all your cooperation and time today. Someone asked for my contact. Here you go. This is my contact. If you have any clarifications or whatsoever, you can reach me out here. And tomorrow we will go into the actual proof analysis. All right. So I'll take you through whatever we've learned today in a more practical sense, and we will also learn more new tools. Okay. The PPT I will Ajit, I will share it with the CII contact either today or tomorrow end of day, and you will definitely have it.
Good. Tomorrow we will discuss some real-time scenarios.
Yes, yes.
A better understanding.
Yes, yes. Tomorrow, I encourage, before we leave, encourage all of us to have your laptops with working Excel and PPT in it. Okay. So we will do some workout with your with some data.
अरे नहीं यार.
Do some
अरे
practical.
नहीं देखते हुए
Yes,
करना है.
yes.
कंफ्यूज हो गया.
Wonderful. Can I take a leave to go then? Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
सोचिए ये इतनी सारी अलग अलग हैं, ये इंटर रिलेटेड है क्या, ये अलग अलग मेथड है.
अलग अलग मेथड है और उसमें
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you for today.
Thank you so much.
हमें कौन सा लगाना है सर?
Thank you. Bye.
Tomorrow 9:30.